Good afternoon, Councillor Marsh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I wonder if members of council can turn their cameras on if they're not already on. We're going to start the meeting. Yeah, it's a hybrid. 2 members of council gave us notice they couldn't be here, so they're hybrid. They're zooming in, so it's a hybrid meeting. All right, with that, I would like to begin by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. With that, I would like to bring the regular meeting of Township of Langley Council to order. And the first item is the adoption and receipt of the agenda items. One change, that N1, the Infinity application, to be removed at the request of the applicant. So with that change, I would ask for a motion. Okay. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, let me get your mic. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted a clarification. So the item, was it item E?
So first of all, what we'll do is get it on the floor if you want to speak.
Oh, for okay, I'll speak after.
Okay.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson moves and seconder. Councillor Ferguson. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to double check. Is the item that you've asked to come off the table, that would be the Infinity project. And I wanted to ask you, the applicant, that means the Infinity people, the applicant for that, has asked you to have it removed from the agenda today?
That's staff informed me that they had requested it be removed.
Okay, and so further to that, I just wanted to double check. Would that mean, is there a time frame allowed to that, or is it removed indefinitely?
Yeah, it would be up to the applicant when they want to proceed with it. They've asked it to be removed, and I believe they wanted to do some more work on it based on some of the input that they've been receiving.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
No, that's fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I had a similar question. Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering why they withdrew it.
I can't speak for them. The information that I heard from staff was that they had seen some information coming to them from concerned residents and that sort of thing, and they want to have more time to address those concerns.
Okay.
So, which
I
think was very helpful of them. Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on the agenda. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Woodward is opposed. Okay. With that, I'll look for a motion to adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of May the 30th. Councillor Ferguson moves it. There's a second. Councillor Arneson. Are there any errors or omissions? All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. We move to reports to council, and this is the 2021 audited consolidated financial statements, and there is a clerk's note that this was moved to the beginning of the agenda because of the time limits for the auditors who have to be in attendance. So I would ask for a motion to receive and accept the 2021 audited consolidated financial statements. Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Kunst. And with that, I'll see there are no questions. Always have to have one question for the auditors. Is there anything we should be aware of or concerned about? Thank you.
Any money under the stairs? Nothing under the stairs?
No money under the stairs. No. Thank you very much. I always think that's the important question to ask. Anybody else? Councillor, oh, it's not, Councillor Kunst. I have to get, go ahead, Councillor Kunst, let's get your mic on.
Sure.
This is the hybrid, I'm trying to, there you go.
Yeah, thank you. It was noted that the Land Capital Statutory Reserve Fund has been in a deficit position for a number of years and recommended strategies toward the capital reserve deficit in future financial plans. Can you explain why this is important and what can and should we be doing about it? Yeah, what is it at and where should it be is basically my question.
So I'll refer to Mr. Back and perhaps the auditor needs to come back.
Thank you, Your Worship. Their, I guess, note is in accordance with previous years, whereas the land reserve has been operating as a funding source for capital projects, and as such, it's actually been drawn into a negative position. The long-term plan would be the disposition of other properties that would actually bring it back to the to neutral or to zero or to a positive. Of course, that then has implications on council's ability for other capital projects or perhaps in terms of implications on borrowing. So I look at that as being a reminder, a notation that while we've made some progress on the deficit in the land reserve, it still has a ways to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I guess further to the report, I'm somewhat familiar with this idea of a clean audit, and so I'm, just for clarification, would assume that this is effectively a clean audit for the Township of Langley.
Back?
Is that correct?
Or to the auditor? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you very much for attending today. And thank you for all the work that you've done. And to our staff, I know these take time and a lot of staff time, so I'd like to thank our staff and Ms. Ruff and her team for working with the auditors and the auditors' work, so appreciate it. Now we move on to delegations. We have 5 delegations, and we'll start with number 1 is Deepinder Brar. Deepinder Brar, are you here? Yeah, if you would just come forward to the mic. And for all the delegations information, you have 5 minutes to present, and if you just start with identifying yourself and where you are, and at that point I'll start the timer.
Ready to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm just wanting to present a delegation of my neighbors located in Murrayville. So basically the purpose of my delegation is more of an information / request.
Okay, just before you go on, there's 2 of you there. So maybe just identify.
So Deepinder Brar, okay. And then my neighbor to the right is
Menmi Doliwa.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I'll start the timer.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just wanting to bring a delegation or information request for our surrounding areas. What we have is a number of properties, I believe it's about 7 or 8 neighbors, that have, in the past couple of years, been having some troubles with a number of issues, primarily drainage, the water table, and actual use of our land. We are in the ALR, ALC right at the moment, and with that, we are having some issues with that because surrounding our area, it doesn't quite make sense to us as next to us is industrial, commercial, residential. There's lumber mills, right? There's a Hilltop Cafe. So that general area, whenever we kind of move towards, if we move towards agriculture or we move towards whatever kind of information we're trying to request, we run into quite a few obstacles in terms of bylaws and ALC. So we're just trying to get some information as to what route we would be able to take. With that being said, we have done our due diligence and gone to all the desks downstairs, developmental, transportation, all of them. We've had an engineering firm and an agricultural capability report done up for the area and for all the surrounding properties. And with that, our agriculture report came back inconclusive for agricultural use. But so in order for us to kind of gather information on that, we have gone to ALC. There's an agriculture office in Abbotsford, I believe. I'm not familiar with their name off the top of my head. But with that, they haven't been able to give us any direction, and they kind of direct us towards the township. And when we come back to the township, essentially it's kind of a runaround for us because by the ways of the bylaws and all the rules that I don't, basically what they say is ALC says the township needs to bring this to the attention. And then when we go to the township, they say ALC supersedes us. We don't know, right? And that's quite frustrating to us because we have tried. We have sustained quite a few losses. If you're familiar, we have one of the big excavators. We tried to clear out some land, and we actually had to call Highway Through Hell to pull the excavator out, which is quite costly, and the excavator stopped working. So it's unsafe. We'd like to do something about that. Like I've approached, and my neighbors as well have approached soils, the soils department, ALC, and essentially it's just a runaround. So we just wanted to see if you could maybe put us in connection with someone that is able to give us some definite information. Because as of right now, from my understanding, a lot of, unfortunately, like the staff downstairs is quite knowledgeable and they're very helpful. But I feel as though there's a gray area, there's reading between the lines. And I feel like that's unfair for us because as residents of the township, I feel like the information should be accessible to everybody. Like for instance, I owned a property right around the corner with my mom, and we did the due diligence. We ran around for 6 months trying to say, hey, like, can we do anything? Can we make like lots out of this? Can we do anything? And it was through and through. It was no's, everybody. And then we sold the property because it's frankly too expensive to hold on to if I can't do anything with it. The original plan was for me and my sister to build and live next to each other. 4 months later, a builder comes in, puts 2 houses up. That's frankly very unfair because he has prior knowledge. He knows how to read the fine points. Not fair. I feel like if you could put me in contact with someone or some department that would be able to kind of have a liaison to figure out what I can do, because I'm running circles at the moment, and all the neighbors, they're all on board, and it's frustrating.
Okay, thank you. That's your presentation. I've got a couple of councillors with some questions. So I'm just going to start a little bit. You've spoken to our staff, so you've gotten some good information already.
Yes.
And the Agricultural Land Commission.
Yes.
And they're right. There are some areas of jurisdiction that we don't have, and there's
Yes.
areas of jurisdiction that the Agricultural Land Commission doesn't have, but they have. Quite often, what triggers something is you put an application in for whatever it is you want to do, and then it goes through the council and comes through the proper process. Agricultural Land Commission can't make a decision. The Township of Langley has to forward that application through, but you would have to initiate it. And I hear what you say. I mean, I think everyone in this room at some point has maybe called City Hall and asked for a question, and it's a myriad of bylaws, and it's hard to navigate sometimes, and it takes a lot of research and a lot of understanding. But also, I think you've also mentioned that you maybe had a consultant work for you, but sometimes consultants are a good ways to go, who can navigate through some of the issues. So I'm just suggesting. But one thing that can happen from this is that certainly, we hear you, and are, perhaps we can set you up with another meeting with our staff member. They can help give you that information, but they can't really guide you because they can only give you the information that they have in front of you.
Correct.
That's where you have to come through as a consultant or yourself. But I've got a couple of councillors that probably want to clarify a few things. Councillor Richter.
Yes, and thank you very much for your delegation. Where are these properties? Like, what's the exact street address?
So we're just on 40th Ave. If you're familiar with where Hilltop Cafe is, so 40th and 240th.
40th and 240th.
And 240th, yes.
And you're zoned, your ALC land.
We're ALC RU3.
RU3.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so RU3 usually means you can have 2 houses.
So I've asked for that. With the way it works is I believe the land size that we currently are on is larger than what the bylaw permits. But if we can do it according to the bylaws, we can do it, but we need to farm. But if we farm it, there's not enough room to put a house, right? Essentially, subdividing or rezoning or whatever, we just want to be able to make some headway into some way, because as of right now, like I've done my running around, and I have put in an application actually, and I've watched the meeting, and I actually got a letter from whoever the planner was on the time, and I had my counselor or my engineer call in and say, hey, like, what has this come to? And it was basically like, we're currently working on Brookswood, we're currently working on Willoughby. There's no community plan for Murrayville.
Or for that area.
Which is correct, but as much as there's no community plan, I have seen there's a school that went up around 232 in Fraser Highway. They did a proposal. They did that. So they made a whole new, like they had to jump through some loops. I think it was Giesbrecht and Co. that did it. But I'm just saying, like, if they're able to do it, they're a bigger company. Why is it that when I asked, it's not in the community plan, we're not going to look at it yet? Okay. That's essentially, I mean, I got a more official answer, but essentially, in the lamest terms, that's the answer I somewhat got.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but with that whole thing, it was a matter of that school had to contribute towards the preparation of a future neighborhood plan for the area. Yeah, so I'm a little puzzled as to why you're getting this information.
Well, see, the thing is, I'm guessing that they probably approached council or the township, and there was discussion of, okay, if you would proceed with this, you would have to do this, right? That discussion was never had with us. Perhaps we would have been able to do that as well.
Okay.
If there's no dialogue, how would we be able to?
So what you're wanting to do is build something that the property you're on right now is not currently zoned for. So you need to apply to rezone the land.
Yes, but when I go to all the neighbors, numbers have tried. We actually put in the request, and basically the answer we've gone, whatever level of government we go to, is ask him, ask them. This we don't know. Yeah. Like I think for one of the, I went to ALC, and I remember asking, I was like, can I do this? And they're like, no, it's not in our bylaws. And I took an engineer with me, but the answer was, oh, you should have brought a lawyer.
Well, we can't speak for that.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, and like, it's the information is very gray, and I'm just wanting somebody that would be able to provide some black and white to it. Because once I have some black and white, then I have a direction, correct? Yeah. Because it's frustrating when I bring up a question and then I see somebody else doing it. And if I look through and I've sent it to my engineer. I'm like, hey, what's different here? Yeah. And a lot of the times it's very similar, or there was some like indefeasible title in 1978, or like, right? Like if the information, I feel like if there's a way and the information is found per se, I feel like it should be amended in some sort of somewhere in written, because there's a lot of information that I've collected, and there's a lot of information that I've gone looking for downstairs, and sometimes it's humorous to know, like, okay, like as someone that's not working in the department, I know that information, versus someone that's working in the department who's frankly, it's their job. Yeah. They don't know. Like I think I asked one time, I was like, I wanted to put in a road to some gravel to put in to bring some logs out of my back farm area, and somebody from transportation asked me, how big is a truck?
Well, we can't go into what. Excuse me, we can't go into what they said and didn't say.
So
we're not
I'm just saying, if there was some, I just like want some black and white answers.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr. Brar, what council can do?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you're familiar with our process, but at the end of the meeting, we can refer delegations to staff for a report. And I'll be very happy to refer your delegation to staff so that you can sit down and meet with our staff and hopefully get some clarification on the issues that you're dealing with.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Richardson, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Froese. Yeah, staff note in terms of that information there, the property as well as the consolidation of 8 other properties consisting of 68 acres were made for an ALC exclusion application to council that came forward on December 14th, 2020. Council did not advance that exclusion application to the ALC for consideration. Since that time, the ALC's legislation have changed and said that those exclusion items need to be local government initiated. So that's the difference in the legislation on that piece. Subject properties, as the delegate mentions, are zoned RU3. There's options there in terms of the second dwelling pursuant to ALC regulations. Also of note, in terms of the regional designations, they're not in the urban growth boundary. They're designated agriculture in the Metro Vancouver Regional Growth Strategy, agriculture countryside in the rural plan, and agriculture in the OCP. And as stated, Your Worship, the application for 64 1-acre lots pursuant to an exclusion didn't advance past council to the ALC for that exclusion. That's the information and clarity I can provide at this time.
Oh, appreciate that. Thanks. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Arneson, then Ferguson. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship, and thank you for coming today. I just want to echo the comments about this idea that you're alluding to the fact that another entity was able to go forward with a project, and in return for that, there was an assessment that they would help to fund a corridor study, I believe. Yeah. And so this might not be of immediate interest to you, but if I was discussing this with the township, I think I would like to have a more concrete understanding of how you could fit into that, because I think that the whole area along that corridor is a transitional area, I would say. So I don't look at it and say, okay, well, let's fight about jurisdiction. I just look at it and say, from the township's point of view, how do we look at this in terms of a policy point of view and decide what we want to do, if anything, with the designations that we have there. So maybe that's one of the things that could be discussed, is the corridor study and when that might be completed, and if in fact your properties would be included in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship, just before the next question, to build on what Councillor Arneson said, there is a bit of a challenge in that these lands are in the agricultural land reserve. The other properties that were referenced were not. There's some special provisions for allowing second dwellings, but not subdivisions. So the additional challenges Mr. Richardson mentioned would be that if there was to be some sort of study, it would still be subject to council endorsing it and then going on to the Agricultural Land Commission for its endorsement as well.
Thanks. Councillor Ferguson.
Mr. Brar and Mandeep for coming today. I think regardless of important motion that Councillor Richter may make to refer it, but you also still always have the opportunity to, meet with the mayor and staff and kind of list out all the things. Some you've heard today. Like the most we got from you is your name today, and now Councillor Richter got your address.
Correct.
So we don't have the ALR applications. We can get them, of course,
Yes.
but you came without them supplemented to your information. So that would be another thing. Sit down with the mayor and with your information.
Perfect.
But I don't think you have to bring your lawyer. You can if you want, but I mean,
No,
you can bring
I
whatever you
need to.
want. But the thing is, and find out what you can and cannot do on land, especially ALR land. And that is troublesome because there's many different, challenges made by the commission, which we don't have control over.
Correct.
But anyway, that would be another suggestion.
Perfect.
So thank you for coming.
Okay, well, that's all the questions. So, yeah, I think you've got some information and staff can reach out, but quite often I tell people you can ask the questions, sometimes you don't get the answer you want.
Not a
And
problem.
it's still the answer that we have to give. So
Yeah.
there are, as Mr. Backen mentioned, it's ALC, Agricultural Land Reserve, I should say, and that adds another layer. Plus, there's the urban containment boundary, which Metro Vancouver and Township of Langley have agreed on, and you're outside of that. That adds more challenges. So, yeah, you may be close to those areas, but you're just outside of it. So,
Yeah, no,
but certainly happy to talk to you further on.
Perfect.
So, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. All right, the next delegation is Malkeet Singh Sarah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Along with Bobby, we'll present our case, and we are definitely going to talk about Brookswood, and it's a very serious matter for us.
Okay,
And,
sorry, what was your names again? Your
My
names?
name is Malkeet Singh Saran,
Yes.
and his name is Bobby.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
And we're going to talk about the issues we are facing right now. And I'm going to talk about a little speech. It's not a speech, but it's a little wording. The current neighborhood plan is not economically viable. Development in other areas is not subject to the same criteria. We are looking to provide fair availability of housing for all. We have no desire to repeat Willoughby, where the massive land lift benefits developers, not taxpayers. We are asking for a fair deal for the investors and future residents. We have been engaged in and supplied our feedback. There have not been the same restrictions imposed on developers in other areas of the TOL, Township of Langley. Our group wants support urban canopy and housing options. We want to move forward and give people option for housing that are realistic and help to build the community. We have a housing crisis. We have the chance to help the problem. The council has a housing action plan, yet holds up progress in areas where we can provide it. Our group would like to see a plan passed, but not that makes it economically impossible to deliver. Therefore, we ask the following questions. And, sorry? Yeah, yeah. So anyway, now Bobby will proceed further. And
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So basically, I've just got 5 questions, and I'll keep them succinct. And what we're looking for here, you know, in our delegation, there's probably a couple hundred members, and it's a large area. And to reiterate, it's regarding the tree canopy decision that's been made. So I just have a few questions, and I'm hoping that we can get the answers in writing back to us. So the first question we have is, who determined the 26% tree canopy initiative? We don't seem to know, because no one's given us a straight answer, and we'd love to get that in writing. The second question we have is, when was the initiative instigated and then completed before it was brought to council? The third question, how was the initiative constructed and comprised? So if you delve into that question, is what were the parameters that were set in order to get to that decision? Which stakeholders in the community were advised and alerted about this initiative? And can we please have all the responses and any other data that was collected from them? Because I think we'd be really interested to see the responses, considering 443 acres in Brookswood is owned by most of the people in our group. And the fifth question was, the data that was collected by staff during the Brookswood Fern Ridge neighborhood plan, of which I was also contacted. I have a home in the township, and I also run a business here. We would love to see the results, because everyone that we spoke to that took that survey online, we just can't seem to find anyone that was, you know, a proponent of pushing this 26% tree canopy plan forward. So those are the questions that I have for you, and I'm hoping that we can get those answers in writing so we can go back and examine them and check the data. And the other thing I was going to say is there's a lot of people who could not be here because of the timing. They're at work, obviously, and if we can get those responses quickly, it will save a lot of people a lot of time and trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you present those questions to the clerk?
Sure.
And then at the end of the meeting, on other business, probably have a motion to ask staff to respond. So
sure.
Or refer to your. So if you could just hand them over to the desk there, and we'll.
Yeah, I got a clean copy. You have written
great.
on this one.
No, I appreciate. Yeah, as long as we can get those. So,
Sure.
Councillor Long has a question. Councillor Long.
Oh,
Well, it's a point of order, Your Worship. The delegates should be informed that it has not come to council yet.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I was going to mention that the neighborhood plans haven't come to council. This is still in the process of going through the public consultation. I think they're close to coming to council, but we haven't seen that yet. So some of the questions you've asked are difficult for council, but we will ask staff to take a look at it and respond as best they can to you. So thanks. Okay. I got Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a question as well.
Yeah, sorry. There's Councillor Woodward has a question, if you don't mind. Sure. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So just following up on that so-called point of order.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to clarify then. So
a point of order, Your Worship. What is he trying to say here?
No, it's okay. Let's just move on.
Thank you.
I did hear you and I asked the question. Councillor Woodward, it's not a so-called point of order. It's a point of order. Go ahead, Councillor Woodward.
There was no ruling that I remember, but okay. So what I just wanted to confirm, though, was in regards to that comment made by the other member of council that these neighborhood plans haven't come to council yet. Your queries and your questions are based upon the draft neighborhood plans that have been circulated widely to the public, have been available for council to review for many months. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And so the way that this is set up, the agenda, there's other people here who are going to be asking those questions, particularly to what you've just mentioned. So all indicators to us have been that this is going forward. And maybe the plan hasn't been passed, but obviously it's been initiated. And so the questions that I've asked is we just want the data, and we want to know how it was instigated, who was involved, what were the results, who did you speak to? And I think these are very legitimate questions, and from the data that we receive back, we'll probably have more questions.
Right, so those draft neighborhood plans are the basis for your delegation today.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Yep. And as I said, we'll refer you to staff. I have Councillor Arneson with a question.
Sure.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you for coming today. And that's actually, I think, by way of trying to make further clarification about this, and you wouldn't be aware of this, on our agenda, the TPAC, the Tree Protection Advisory Committee, has minutes, and one of the motions on the minutes is in furtherance of what you're talking about, for staff to come up with how they came up with that number. You know, we have to be able to, and this is my opinion, that when we come up with something that is new to our system, and it's come up as a result of science and policy and many other things, we have to be able to discuss it as a rational decision. And so I think you're asking a good question to inform yourself of how did this happen. And I think that part of your request today is somewhat overlapping with what we're asking our staff to do in any event, because I think it's important for everybody to understand how it is that we staff or somebody came up with that number. It's not a number that obviously they drew out of a hat. I did have another question though, I think arising from your comments. So I believe that it was referenced the fact that some of the development would not be subject to this. Is that a comment that you were concerned with about ongoing development applications that might already be in play?
No, I didn't.
It wasn't that? Oh,
I
okay.
didn't ask any questions regarding that. Mine were all about who, what, where, when, how, and
okay.
why.
I might
so,
have, yeah, I probably read that in somebody else's email.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, if I can just add, this isn't a question, it's more of a comment. I think we're at this point now because we have met with the city, but no one seems to be able to give us a clear answer. That doesn't mean there isn't an answer, but this is a large area. It's over $1 billion of land that's involved. And so I think, we're in a position that this is going to affect many, many people going forward in the future, especially with that. My friend here had commented about affordable housing and these kind of things and rental units, which, there's going to be a massive problem. It's already here. So, we want to get to the gist of what's going on and get some clear answers.
Yeah. Okay. So like I said, we'll
Sure.
ask staff to provide those answers to you.
Can I just pass this off to the clerk
Sure.
now?
Yes. Yeah. You just stand it right here at the desk. Mr. Backen will take it. All right. Thank you. We'll now ask Mr. Kuldeep Sikhan to please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm Kuldeep Sekho, and this is Ishwinder Kag.
My name is Ishwinder Kag.
And the mics pick up really well. You don't have to lean into them.
Sorry?
The microphone is very sensitive, so you don't have to lean into it. It'll pick you up. Thanks.
So again, carrying on that conversation on the 26%, when everybody's dealing with the housing crisis, and on top of that, we also have our duty towards the environment. What I see here is a few facts, though they talked quite a bit about how the number of 26% did come, and we're sure that that number is going to come and that data you're going to provide. But the major other factor is the financial implications. How is that going to affect the developers, the first-time home buyers, and the taxpayer? So essentially what we're doing is we're taking almost 458 acres of land that's sitting right in the city, and that won't be developed. So how is that going to impact the number of people moving in here? Is that not going to drive up the housing prices? And the second part is, how is that house tax? Because we're just taking 25% out of that. So the rest of the 75% will have to pay for the 25%. Otherwise, the rest of the city or the rest of the other taxpayers will have to compensate for that. Essentially, we'll be subsidizing that neighborhood from the other citizens of the city. So have we consulted them? Are they willing to do that? And thirdly, in the long term, say after 30, 40, 50 years, when we have to restructure the whole area, where is that funding going to be coming from? So essentially, where are the financial numbers, and did we do any financial study on that? I believe there was some studies, or there was a rejection of the proposal on doing the financial study. So why do we do that? Why don't we go with the numbers and see if it's financially visible, viable or not? So, and there's some more points that Ishwinder might want to say.
So again, I have some questions. He went on the issues, but I have some questions again. The questions are, I'll have some examples with me here. So why this NCP is inconsistent with the 2017 OCP? So we adopted this bylaw, right? Mayor Chuck Frost? We adopted this bylaw, and the NCP that we're proposing, it's a different, right? It's quite a bit different. What we had on the OCP, it's supposed to actually go up. 1987 plan was supposed to accommodate 35,000 people. 2017 OCP is supposed to accommodate 39,000 people, 4,000 more. But with this 26% less in the NCP, so this 39,000 needs to be, times by 0.74, which is 860 people. So we're actually going down on our, accommodation. Like, how are we going to accommodate 39,000 people with taking 26% away? And there's other things to that, is that we already have 165 acres of land. This is actually from one of the from this document, page number 5, shows that we have 168 acres of park and nature conservation. Were they part of the 26% or not? That's another question. Because the total acres, as a colleague said, 460 or 58 acres, are we going to minus that or not? So that's another very big question. And also, the way it's said in the NCP that we can have 4-plexes, 3-plex, duplex on 7,000 square foot lot, right? But on each development, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, I'm not an expert, but you have condos and townhouse right next to the condos and townhouse. If you look at the yellow map, right? If you look at the yellow map, right next to the brown color, we have a yellow color, right? We're gonna have duplexes, triple X, 4-plexes, and 7,000 square foot lot. And further away, we're gonna have same thing. So it's mixing, we're mixing everything together. And if you look at other NCPs in Township of Langley, I printed out a couple of the other NCPs, Smith, this is Yorkson. We have a transition. We have a city center. We're transitioning into bigger to smaller to bigger lots away from the city, more consistency. So all these things needs to be looked into this plan. And we have these questions, the paper has already been given.
Yeah, oh, okay, thank you. So that's your delegation. I've got a couple of councilors with questions. So yeah, again, the questions to staff, and then staff can respond in the way you like, but I have a couple of councilors that have some questions. We'll start with Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks again for coming today. I appreciate the hearing about some of this in advance of a public hearing. I wanted just to clarify, though, the 26% in regards to the population numbers you were quoting. So you're achieving or calculating this potential reduction and the so-called inconsistency with the official community plan based upon the combination of the 26%, but then the remaining developable area is the net density, not the gross density on the original lot size.
Correct.
That's the challenge, I think.
That's the challenge, because let's say 5 acre of land, now we're losing 1 1/4 acre. So now we only left with 3 3/4 acre left to fit people. I mean, there's another thing we can do is increase the density. Right? If you want to take 26%, increase the density to accommodate same number of people. Right?
So the other challenge then, because I think that's an interesting point, which I'll make a note of here, is in regards to I think I'm kind of intrigued by your approach there, where the OCP specifies so many people from 1987 then to 2017, and now potentially being reduced because of the issue around gross versus net densities. Correct. Right? And then the combination of the maximum clustering around the minimum lot sizes within that. So you end up, I think, with a very low density, presumably. So I think that's interesting. I'll actually look forward to these questions. Mr. Mayor, I'll also be asking, and any answers submitted in writing also be distributed to council.
Yep.
Great.
Copy, yep. Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. And thanks so much for coming to the meeting today and presenting for us and asking these questions. I just had a question with regards to the 168 acres of dedicated land that you talked about. There is that based? Is that based on the official community plan of 2017, or where do you get the number of 168 acres that's dedicated for green space and that in Brooks and Fernridge plans?
Yeah, that is correct. It's page 5 of official community plan, bylaw 5300, I think it's called, right? And page 5 is item 1.3.4, open space and community facilities. It talks about approximately 46.5 hectares, 115 acres of public park space exists in Brookswood Frontage. And further down in another paragraph, it says 45 acres of existing conservation area in Brookswood. It's actually right out
They're
of the
already
book.
there.
I printed it if you guys want to copy, but
Right.
it's in the
Okay.
page 5.
That's helpful information. So what I'm wondering is, you were asking the question of whether the 26% was part of that, or whether that's seen as in addition to that. Is that your question?
That
That
is my
is, yeah.
question.
Okay. Well, that's a very good question. So I appreciate that. It seems like the 26% that would be set aside, I don't think that would necessarily be public land. So I'll be interested to the answer just as much as you are. So I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any.
The other concern is when everybody's moving towards high densities and all these things are just going to make the urban sprawl more prominent. Actually, they're just spreading out the cities wide and not using the resources we already have.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your delegation. Thank you. All right, I'll move on to number 4, and it's Emily Pickett.
Good afternoon, Mayor Froese and esteemed members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the Vancouver Humane Society to share our concerns about the new rodeo being planned in the Township of Langley. As an organization dedicated to the humane treatment of animals across BC and Canada, the VHS opposes inhumane rodeo events that subject animals to fear, discomfort, pain, and stress to make them perform for public entertainment. The nature of many rodeo events is based on triggering the fear response in these prey animals. For example, in bucking events, bulls and rodeo horses buck in response to discomfort from the rider's use of spurs and to the tightened flank strap around their hindquarters. The bucking we see in the event is thought to be an evolutionary response to an attack from a predator. While supporters of rodeo events often suggest that animals appear to become accustomed to these events, this fails to consider something known as a psychological condition known as learned helplessness, which is a response to an uncontrollable stressor. It's actually when individuals learn that they have no control over unpleasant or harmful conditions that they experience, and that their actions are futile, and that they are, in fact, helpless. In this context, what rodeo supporters might suggest is habituation to these events may, in fact, be the animal giving up due to their inability to avoid the stressor of the event. There are common visible signs of stress in animals used in rodeos, though, including the eye white response, which is when the animal's eye rolls to show about 50% of the white of their eye. And this stress response may be a way of for the animal to block out the stressful environment that they are experiencing. There's also urination, defecation, and excessive salivation during these events that is often seen. And these are also signs of stress that are exhibited by animals in rodeo events. Many rodeo events also put animals at unnecessary risk of injury, which may require euthanasia. And research indicates that bulls in bucking events are 10 times as likely as non-bucking bulls to experience horn and sinus issues. This is likely due to a higher risk of head and horn trauma for bucking bulls and because of a practice known as horn tipping, which can result in horn and sinus infections. And horn tipping involves blunting the end of a bull's horns, usually by saw, in order to protect the riders from injury. The research also shows that bucking bulls are 13 times as likely to experience disorders of the spine. Notably, Canada's National Farm Animal Care Council's practices for the handling of cattle on farms requires that quiet handling techniques must be used and that abusive handling is unacceptable. The handling of animals in many rodeo events is completely contradictory to these best practices and requirements. If these same handling practices were to occur on a farm, they would be against the law. Public polling from earlier this year reflects that rodeo is not in the public interest, with 64% of BC residents opposed to the use of animals in rodeos. With most communities having moved away from rodeos and toward more animal-friendly and family-friendly events, a new rodeo in Langley Township would be a step backward. Finally, it's also concerning that the organizer of this new rodeo is named in a human rights complaint that is currently being investigated and that involves allegations of racism, sexism, and abuse by the Cloverdale Rodeo and Exhibition Association, of which the organizer was a key member of the board at the time. The VHS strongly encourages mayor and council to not issue any permits or any other requirements that may be needed for the rodeo to proceed, and to instead support alternative events that better represent community values around respect for animals and people. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important matter.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions from council. Councilor Richter.
Thank you for your delegation. I don't understand, and I think I've mentioned this to you before, while you're mixing apples and oranges, there's a distinct difference between human rights and animal rights, and a rodeo is about animal rights. I wanted to know, are there any rodeo events that could be supported by the VHS?
Right. So first of all, to your point about apples and oranges, certainly we believe that and we see the research shows that in many scenarios where animals are exploited, that people are also exploited. It's known as the violence link. And so, with that in mind, we certainly think that any exploitation of animals and people is certainly important for consideration.
Yeah, but I just think it's beyond your mandate.
That's fine. Yeah, we are just referencing the violence link as just something to kind of share. But yeah, in terms of our concerns with the rodeo events is that many of them, like I mentioned, are inherently involve this use of fear, stress, pain, discomfort to cause the animals to perform. And so we just think there are so many other, truly animal-friendly, family-friendly types of events that can help bring the community together and that help foster, especially in children, just a respect for animals, and that sort of respect can extend beyond the rodeo arena. We've seen so many communities come together around music festivals and gardens, and some events have taken, in terms of kind of incorporating heritage, they can incorporate antique farm machinery displays or, vintage cars and all sorts of unique events that can bring people together in a community that is just more inclusive. And that's certainly what we would hope to see.
Okay. A rodeo does have equestrian events, and Langley does have a long history of equestrianism. Are there like horse events, barrel racing? I don't see that that's necessarily cruel to animals, but bunking broncos and bull riding and that, I see the cruelty to animals in those events. So if the rodeo focused on equestrian events showing off the abilities of horse and rider, would that be upsetting to the VHS?
No, I think our major concern today is seeing that there are some bucking events at this proposed rodeo, and certainly we're concerned about, where the intentions are of this rodeo going as well, given that it is on Pro Rodeo Canada's agenda on the schedule. Is this going to become a larger rodeo? But as mentioned, we are primarily concerned about the bucking events that we see, given what I've sort of spoken with you about today in terms of the stress around the use of the flank strap and predator avoidance strategies.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you so much for coming today and delegating on this topic. Councillor Richter asked some of the questions that I was interested in. But I just wondered, when you talked about other sorts of events that would be good for our community, they didn't really seem to be animal kind of events. You talked about classic cars and classic farm equipment and some of those things. I'm wondering about actual animal events that you talked about, animal-friendly events, and I wonder what those might be. Maybe this is an expansion of the question for Councillor Richter, but maybe you could expand on animal-friendly events as opposed to other kinds of community events.
Thank you for the question. I think what we would recommend around that is simply, if there's all these other events like the ones that I listed as examples that don't incorporate the use of animals, those would be great ways to sort of just ensure that it's as animal friendly in the sense that they aren't actually incorporated into those events, and we can make sure that, that's basically what I mean by animal friendly for those. But thank you for the question for clarification.
So what you mean is non-animal events?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful for clarification. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you for coming today. I appreciate your coming forward, and as well as all of the letters and responses we've had from the community who are concerned. I did have a couple of thoughts about this. So I was looking into this whole idea because I think that there is this sensibility that has been stated, we're like the horse capital of British Columbia, and we have a lot of people that are interested in equestrian events. However, there does seem to be this overlap between the other culture that's really kind of a cowboy culture, I would call it, for lack of an official name to that. So when I was looking online, I saw that many of these events actually take place primarily in other areas in British Columbia, more areas that we associate with plains and people riding and sort of that history of dealing with horses, etc., and doing these events. So I think part of it is, for me, a cultural expectation as we continue to evolve and have a stronger understanding of the bond between humans and animals and the kind of things that we do and want to be able to transition, I would say, to ways that are more appropriate. So I did have a question, actually. Is there such a thing that could be sanctioned by your organization potentially so that it's like a cruelty-free type rodeo? Are there events that you could point to so, they're not outside of ordinarily what you'd see there? Like I think about, I think it's the little britches that do events there, so younger children, and they do barrel racing and things. Are there such things that could be put together with those kind of components that would sort of meet the expectations of a rodeo but not be considered to be cruel or harmful?
That's a very interesting question. It's not something that I think I could speak to today. I would want to sort of look into, if there are options like that. Certainly, I think there's ways to host events that are respectful to animals and that promote a responsible sort of relationship and with animals. But in terms of the events that we see on the agenda here and the concerns that we have, those are not the events that we want to see. But I think it's an interesting question for sure, and something that I think we could look into further and follow up with you on. I'm not sure that I could speak to it fully today, though. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, thank you for coming today. Langley, as you know, is a rural agricultural community. And we do have a lot of animals, some domestic, some moved for reasons, food-based. Okay, I wanted to ask you now, there's also other organizations like Critter Care and Pitting Farms and other type of things. Do you monitor what some of those organizations do as well?
No, so we don't have the animal protection contract for the province. So we do more about, this sort of thing, educating decision makers and the public around animal protection issues, but we aren't involved in the enforcement of the animal protection laws.
So that's the SPCA that does that? Okay,
yeah.
So would you work hand in hand with the SPCA if you felt, if somebody's got a pothole in their road, it's because the neighbor tells us so we can come, people working together. Do you work hand in hand with those folks?
Yeah, certainly there's a lot of overlap in the issues that we work on, and we do have a good relationship and speak to each other often. So, yes.
So what you wouldn't know how well the Little Britches or some of the rodeos work right now. You're just concerned mostly of pro rodeo, I guess you're concerned about.
In terms of this event, yeah, we're just concerned about a new rodeo coming to the community with these events, you know, considering all the things that we sort of discussed about the animal welfare concerns, the changing sort of public opinion on these issues, and just the numerous alternatives that we think would be a much better type of event to see in the community.
Okay,
And I should note, you know, we have worked with Langley Township residents as well, including people who have horses, and so they share some of those concerns as well about that line that you sort of spoke to about there's a difference between, you know, relationships that they have with their horses and then the use of those animals in some of these bucking events, for example.
Because as a member of the, and board member of the Otter Co-op Board, we had a 4-H program for horses and other animals. And of course, the Little Britches Rodeo, where the kids and adults get all dressed up with their horse and treat their horses very well. And they teach all those skills. So I was just wondering, obviously you're talking about pro rodeo. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, yeah, our concerns are with the new rodeo and those events included.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I'm just curious. I'm a little confused. Is this a new rodeo, or is the rodeo being moved from one community, from one run arena to another arena? I thought it was just the same rodeo.
Well, my understanding is it's a new rodeo, but I don't know. You know, I guess it'll be interesting for the presentation to hear. But yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Next presentation is Marianne Blanchette.
Hello, Your Worship and esteemed councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Marianne Blanchette, and I have been a Langley resident since 1972. I would also like to add my voice in dissent against the proposed Langley Rodeo. My main concern is for the welfare of the animals, forced to participate and endure abuse in the name of the sport of rodeo, traditional rodeo. Much documentation exists highlighting the many horrific injuries and painful deaths rodeo animals experience during events and transportation. Can we rise above the belief animals exist for the purpose of sport, entertainment, and experimentation? Animal acts in circuses are now out of vogue and in many places banned. Why can't rodeo be next? Many people, animal protection, and legal societies speak against the animal cruelty involved in rodeo. The UK, Holland, many jurisdictions in the USA and Europe have placed effective bans. In Canada, the City of Vancouver and District of North Vancouver have banned rodeos. Can't Langley and Surrey follow suit? I too would rather Langley be known for more peaceful, enlightened events than the outmoded institutionalized brutality of traditional rodeo, bucking events, calf roping, etc. I would be pleased to learn that after your deliberation, the idea of a new rodeo in Langley be quashed. The member from the Vancouver Humane Society has already answered many of the questions and many of the concerns that I was going to bring forth, so I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Councillor Richter. Councillor Richter.
Thank you very much for coming and doing a delegation today.
Thank you.
I guess I have the same sort of question for you that I had for Ms. Pickett, and that is, are there any equestrian-based rodeo events that aren't harmful to animals that could be part of a rodeo?
Well, I think of the events, the equestrian events up at the Thunderbird Center. And in those events, yes, animals are used, but they're not performing under duress or prodding or stress response. They're usually the relationship between the rider and the horse And again, it's a difficult question for me to answer. But yes, if it doesn't involve stress response, bucking, injury, roping calves, yes, there are equestrian events that I don't have problems with.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we move on to presentations, and our first presentation is from the Transportation Investment Corporation on the Surrey Langley Skytrain, which is a good news story. You can say no animals were harmed in the making of this presentation, right?
Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Jennifer McLean. I'm the Executive Project Director for the Surrey Langley Skytrain project. I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, that I'm pleased to be speaking to you on the traditional territories of the Kwantlen, Katzie, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. As you may recall, we last addressed you in January of this year when we provided you with a holistic update on the project. It's been a few months since then, and I'm pleased to report that we are continuing to make significant headway on a number of fronts, including public engagement. I'm here today to provide you with an overview of the project's recent public engagement, which ran between May 9th and June 9th. This public engagement opportunity was a major milestone in the lifespan of the project. It was the first time that the province provided the public with a comprehensive update on the full 16-kilometer extension. This included project details, such as the project's objectives and benefits, advanced works that are underway, the environmental screening review, engagement with Indigenous groups, and project timelines. We confirmed the alignment of the future Skytrain guideway, as well as provided the new conceptual renderings of the 8 stations that we unveiled. It was a pleasure for our team to see Mayor Froese and many councillors at the open house we hosted in Langley 2 weeks ago. And we were pleased to have Township of Langley staff on hand with their public engagement information on the Willowbrook Community Plan. Today, I'm going to highlight to you a selection of information slides that were formed part of the public engagement content for the benefit of those of you who may have not had a chance to see it. First, we were pleased to be able to share updated benefits for the full 16-kilometer project. This included projected travel times, job creation, and exciting new active transportation pathways that will help facilitate access to and from new Skytrain stations and drive our ridership. We were also very excited to highlight the benefits that the project will realize by the year 2050, including daily reductions in vehicle kilometers traveled, a reduction in GHG emissions, and more transit trips per year. Of note is the fact that the 100,000 residents living in close proximity to the new stations is a conservative projection, one that will be augmented as municipal OCPs and land use plans are finalized and built upon. This, of course, will help to facilitate transit-oriented development, which is a key priority of governments to help foster complete, connected, livable communities supported by multimodal transportation options and diverse services and amenities, such as childcare and healthcare, employment and education opportunities, commercial enterprises, and public spaces and points for recreation. As mentioned, another key priority for both our governments is active transportation, which is an important component of this project, with an anticipated 14 kilometers of new pathways leading to and from the stations. The approach we are working toward will see new or longer and wider multi-use pathways to help promote active transportation as a means to foster healthier and more active and transit-oriented communities. The alignment of the Skytrain extension, as you're aware, runs 16 kilometers, primarily along Fraser Highway from King George Station to 203 Street in Langley City Centre, with 3 new transit exchanges to facilitate smooth transitions between modes of transportation and maximize ridership on the new extension. The elevated guideway will be situated on either the north or the south side of the street, or in some cases in the centre median. This image provides a look at sample sections of the alignment. The top left is the center running guideway from 140th to 148th Street. Top right is the north running guideway at 152 Street. Bottom left, south running guideway through the Agricultural Land Reserve. And bottom right, the south running guideway along Industrial Avenue leading to the terminus station at 203. Extensive modeling, first conducted under TransLink and then reconfirmed by the province, as well as other key considerations, helped us to inform station locations, which remain at 140th, 152nd, 160th, 166th, 184th, 190th, 196 in the Township of Langley, and 203 Street. I'm pleased to now show you the conceptual designs for the future stations that will be located in the Township of Langley and the City of Langley at 196 and 203. Of course, final designs will come after a thorough procurement process for contracting, and further along in the process, we will work with all the project partners on the station names. So the station at Willowbrook Mall at 196th Street and Fraser Highway will feature a transit exchange to facilitate ridership from the Township of Langley and Cloverdale, and to accommodate the redevelopment of the surrounding area. The Surrey Langley Skytrain Terminus Station at 203 Street in the Langley City Centre is a catalyst for a major revitalization of that area, underscored by the City of Langley's OCP and land use plans. It will help foster a vibrant, thriving, transit-oriented neighbourhood in Langley City Centre, supported by the Skytrain extension and the bus exchange that connects residents and visitors to the rest of Metro Vancouver. So in short, this public engagement opportunity highlighted the momentum of the project, and the details and renderings that we shared were generally very well received. People are excited for this transformational rapid transit project. The primary question we heard throughout was, when will it be in service? We heard that from attendees at the 2 successful open houses we hosted in Surrey and Langley. We heard that as we dropped off public engagement promotional flyers at businesses all along the alignment. And we heard that from transit customers at major transit hubs in Surrey and Langley, who were also handed public engagement opportunity flyers. So our team is in the process right now of analyzing all the results from the engagement's feedback forms that posed project-related questions around transit-oriented development and transportation and the environmental screening review. And that will help to inform project planning going forward. So we'll share those results when we have them. And with that, it's the end of my presentation. I'll open the floor for any questions you may have on the public engagement. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your update on this plan. I know Mayor's Council and the Transit Board approved the investment plan, which paves the way for funding from our side. And I think it just has to go through final Treasury Board approval in July. So it's well on its way, a lot further than it was just a few months ago. So appreciate the work that you've done and the public engagement work that you've done. And it's looking forward to getting on that train and getting to the football game. Councillor Arneson, because I won't be going to work, I tell you, by the time this thing's ready. Councillor Arneson has a question.
Thank you very much for coming today, and it was my pleasure to go to the engagement process. You had so many experts there. It was just almost overwhelming how many different areas and departments were represented there, but I thought it was very helpful because obviously the public has different lenses and perceptions about the questions they want to ask. I did have a particular question, and it arose in my mind actually from the earlier presentation given by Skytrain representatives, where I believe it was Councillor Kunst asked a question about parking and, you know, what happens around the parking for these stations. So I did ask that question, and I was given an answer that I found very interesting and sort of not quite, it's not quite settled with me yet. So it was along the lines of the fact that where we have this higher density development with the Skytrain proposition, we don't want to have large areas for parking for people because that sort of undermines the whole model. But my thought about that is, I think the Township of Langley, in my view, is quite different than other communities because 75% of our land is in the ELR. And in fact, many people would likely come and drive and park and then go to Vancouver from there. So I'm wondering if there could be consideration of an option such as a parking facade of some type. So, you know, a parking garage in which, in fact, you were to build housing on top, for example, as a hybrid kind of model so that you could both accommodate those individuals that needed to have a place, at least in a transitory kind of world, not, no pun intended, that we would have an opportunity for people to be able to park, but also then not negate the opportunity for people to be able to also live within that same environment. Because I do understand that model, why we want to concentrate people there, but at the same time, I don't I think it's going to be more challenging for us to come up for the provision of parking if that's left to local government.
Mm-hmm. Yep, thank you.
Okay,
thanks. Very helpful comments. I can add that part of the project includes the provision of about, a few hundred parking spaces along the alignment. But as noted by you, the whole transportation model is based on the fact of getting people out of cars and concentrating on getting them on the transit and also the connections to bring the bus connections into the stations again to get people from surrounding communities. Your idea of transit-oriented development over top of some additional parking is interesting, and I'll certainly I'll take that back to our colleagues who are leading up that initiative. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you so much again for coming today. It's a very exciting project. I had maybe my question is following in line with what Councillor Arneson talked about, and it is, I guess, around the parking issue. I'm wondering if you've heard some other feedback from the public regarding this. Langley is, I guess we all think we're unique, but what I find about with Langley is we have 6 sort of distinct communities, and as those communities are going to try and get access to the Skytrain, they are going to either need to drive, which is what most people want to do, or they're going to have to get on a bus somewhere near their community and then take the bus down to there. And so, but I know that currently, and maybe this is part of the expansion ideas, but currently, for many of us, I live in Brookswood, we're a little more spread out. So, for many of us, we're like 1.5 mile walk just to get to the closest bus stop. And so, I can just see not very many people are going to walk 1.5 miles to get on the bus to then go down to the Skytrain. So they're going to drive down to the Skytrain station and try and park. So I'm wondering if you've heard from the public regarding this challenge. This is great for those who live, 300-400 meters from the Skytrain station, but we have people that live 15 kilometers from the Skytrain station. How will they get there, and where will they? And will they, if they can't park, then how will they get there? So maybe just a bit more of an expansion would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. The very good question as well. Obviously, with the planning for a project of this size, we do work very closely with TransLink, and they've outlined a conceptual bus plan, and obviously are looking at bus lines into those neighborhoods that haven't been served very well previously. Now that there's a Skytrain line coming in, they're looking at putting additional bus lines to serve those people. So we have built some of that into our business plan itself, but realistically, the specifics of how that happens, usually about 2 years before one of these lines opens, TransLink really starts doing the roll up your sleeves type of work to determine where those bus lines should go. It includes a large public consultation period. And so I think that people who are living in neighborhoods now in the township that aren't served by buses could look forward to that happening round about 2026, 2 years before our line opened, and they could TransLink would take that into account. Okay, so that is something that TransLink would do. They would start to work with the community and meet with the public to talk about expanded bus routes and other kinds of options to get to the station. That's correct. And they usually start that work a couple of years before the line opens, so around about 2026. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And I can add that the plans right now are for dedicated express buses along the 200th corridor. I know that from on the north side of the stations. I know that Councillor Whitmarsh is asking about Brookswood. And as Brookswood develops, and I think we had delegations earlier, we need density there, really we need people there, really to expedite buses. So I know that work will have to come. But it is some work is already in the plans. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. I appreciate that. I remember having a meeting or coffee with former Mayor Schultens talking about, that was a number of years ago, getting a Skytrain to Langley, and here we are. So we're all excited about it, of course. And being a large community like the township, as been already said, being the end of the line, every project, the end of the line is going to have the question on parking, and that's gonna be, and it's not our people, it'll be folks coming from, you know, the valley or something, you know, our neighbors that are not part of the system. Now, that's, you addressed that. The next thing is, as been mentioned already, we have Langley is becoming more and more of a sports hub, a recreation hub, and hopefully maybe a theater hub in the future. So rather than us going to visit you and your neighbors at West Point Grey, they will basically be coming out to see us for basketball, for, you know, hockey, the Giants, the BC school sports, girls and boys, high school championships, all those things. We have, of course, a championship football, Langley Rams. So we have a lot of things. So as the mayor had said, bringing buses to events, but also being aware of the services and the type of activities that are happening our way that you can bring to your planners, because in the future, you know, a large community like ourselves that's growing and has the capacity with the land use to build other things. We have I guess a major soccer thing coming forward as well. So there's a lot of things happening. I wanted just to bring that to your attention, that transit comes one way, then other things come as well. So you can take that to your planners as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that exhausts the questions from council. So thank you much for your presentation and for the good job on public engagement on this. Thank you. So next we have the Langley Riders Society.
Ladies of the council, gentlemen, Mr. Mayor. My name is John Scotton. I've been a proud member and director of Langley Riders Society for the last 45 years. Our society focuses on the youth of our community, and we encourage safe horsemanship and personal development. Pardon me. As a society, we have held 55 Little Britches rodeos, as well as BC high school rodeos, and sanctioned rodeos from the BC Rodeo Association. To my knowledge, over all these years, we have not had one animal cruelty issue presented to us. Now, many of our contestants have gone on to be professionals, including Mel Highland, who's the the world professional saddle bronc champion, and Laurel Tidball-Bolesky, who became the Olympic grand champion jumping. Laurel started out with a little black pony at Langley Riders rodeos many, many years ago. Pardon me. We're honored to have Mr. Mayor ride into our arena to open the 50th anniversary for the Little Britches Rodeo. And it was good to see, and still is, the support that the horse community in Langley extends right into these chambers. Over the years, we have had great support from the Indigenous community. When he lived in the Lower Mainland, Gordon Tatousis, who is quite a famous Canadian actor, he was a big part of our rodeo, and him and his family supported us for many years, and we still get a lot of the Indigenous community support us from Merritt and the interiors for our rodeos. Pardon me. As a society, we're very strict concerning our annual, concerning our safety, which is referenced in our rule books, as well as those in the BC Little Britches Rodeo Association rules. The animals at our upcoming rodeo are professional animals. This stock is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. And as such, it would be morally and financially very foolish to mistreat these fine creatures. I welcome my friend, Mr. James Delorme, to make some comments.
Thank you, John. Emot sam squagan, ko chu happy, nishdas geja. And what I said was, I feel good. And I said, I came from this place. And I said, we're all related. And we all are related here today. We're related as human beings. I want to thank you for welcoming us here in this room today. My name is James Delorme. I'm a member of the Klahoose First Nation. I'm a former chief of Klahoose. But I come here today to support the Langley Riders Society, to start a new era in rodeos, one that is inclusive, that recognizes the Indigenous lens, and also inclusion with the greater community. Before I go any further, I want to recognize the territory I'm on, the Kwantlen people, and other Indigenous people of these territories, the Semiahmoo, the Matsqui, my friends at Sumas, and the Katzie. So today is a really important day, and the reason why I'm here is to share with you my view, the importance of me supporting this rodeo, and a little history about my family, who are actually riders. My dad used to ride when he attended residential school at Siksika First Nation when he was a child. So it's in the family, it's in the blood. And the city, the township of Langley, as mentioned, is steeped in historical growth, culture, and towards this wonderful event that is taking place. So I stand here as a volunteer and a representative of another group called Valley West Stampede. And I stand here with John, my good friend, to support these efforts and to support the truth in what we're doing. There's a wide host of leaders in this community, in the Langley Township, that support this work, that support these efforts. And they've come to me, and they've come to John and the society to support what's going on. We understand the social impacts that are going to take place with groups like 4-H, with the Horse Protection Society, which are going to be supported through these efforts. I also want to recognize that the work that we're doing here really addresses the 94 calls to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So I really applaud the Langley Riders Society for addressing some of the Indigenous issues that we're facing today. And you'll see that also in the province with the DRIPA, the BC Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But that's not why I came here to talk about those issues. I came here to support John and this organization. Of course, we're concerned about the animals, and John clearly stated that in his presentation. We also want to invite the SPCA, when we do this event, to come and join us, to witness what we're doing, to see for themselves, to have the ability to witness what is going on. We welcome that. We recognize that this is a revenue driver. This is very good in a tight economic situation that we're just coming out of with COVID. Not only with employment opportunities, but to help offset some of the social benefits to the local economy, businesses, and social groups. So we're sitting here today, our hands raised to you for the work you're doing as leaders. But I ask you to consider our words today. Consider the work that we're doing, helping to support the Langley Riders Society on this new rodeo. So I want to thank you all today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the chance I had to ride at your 50th anniversary, but I don't know what that horse said because I've never been invited back. So. Anyway, I've got some questions from council, and I'll start with Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both very much for your presentations today. I have some questions with regards to the size of this rodeo, and I've driven by the current location many times. It's not a big property. So how many participants are you expecting? And how big of an audience are you expecting? And do you have the capacity there to handle what you're expecting?
Good question, thank you. We're in the planning stage on a lot of this, and we are making arrangements with properties close to us for parking, and hopefully we've got it covered. As to contestants, we're running, there's only 4 events running. There's no cattle, no roping, just riding events. There's bareback riding, bronc riding, bull riding, and barrel racing. As such, each event, I think here, 15. There's 15 contestants, so there are 60 contestants a day, although in barrel racers there might be more than that. The barrel racers are the only ones that will be bringing their horses, and we have parking set aside for them. The other contestants, like many professional sports, they come in, do their 8-second ride, and they're gone to the next one, because we're on at the same weekend as Armstrong and Merritt, so they sort of do the circuit. So they'll be in and they'll be out. We hope we've got, I say hope, we've got adequate parking. We are restructuring the arena, putting extra bleachers in the arena for the fans, and it's going to be an intimate setting for a rodeo.
Okay, but how many people are you expecting on that property?
If that question hasn't been asked yet, I don't know.
I guess...
I'd say... What do you think, James?
Perhaps the capacity of your bleachers would be... The capacity of the bleachers that you have, plus the new ones you're bringing in, might...
Yes. Unfortunately, we're still planning where all our bleachers are going to sit in cooperation with some other entities, I guess I can say, with Thunderbird are helping us with the bleachers, and we're using their bleachers, so they're...
Okay, so will this be on the same scale as a Cloverdale rodeo? Maybe that's a different, better way to phrase it.
Hopefully, eventually. To start with, no. We are purposely starting small to get our feet wet, for a better expression. We've run rodeos for years and years. This is a step up for us, but we want to make sure that we're doing everything properly this time around.
Okay. Now, have you ever done bronc and bull riding before?
Yes.
Down there? Okay.
We have.
Okay, so, and you've had no problems with those events? No cruelty charges or accidents to animals?
No.
Okay. And have you considered running horse-only events that show the equestrian skills of the horse and the rider? Barrel racing, I would guess,
we
is
do
one
that
of
almost weekly. Anybody's invited to come and watch.
Yeah.
Our events, we have English riding, we have Western riding, we have games, we have barrel racing, we have jumping on a pretty well weekly basis.
So why wouldn't you just stick to those events?
We felt there was a need for a professional rodeo because Cloverdale has not gone for 3 years. And we were approached by the Canadian Professional Rodeo Association because they knew that we are the only location in the Lower Mainland that have rodeo facilities. And they asked us if we would be interested, and we talked to them and said, sure, we'll give it a try.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to express my concerns about the size of the event, given the capacity of the property. And I'm very concerned that you're going to be overwhelmed and you're just not going to have the space for the turnout you're going to get.
I think we've got it all planned out. Mid-September, we'll let you know for sure. But it's looking good right now. We've had very good cooperation from all the people around us for parking.
And just a final question, your property, is it zoned for a full rodeo or just a partial, like the Little Britches type rodeo?
To my knowledge, we own the property. We are able to do whatever we wish on there with everybody's approval. We are basically privately owned, or our association owns the property.
Yeah, it's just a question of what exactly you're zoned to be able to do on the property. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's a question maybe staff can help us with. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship, and thank you for coming today. I did have a question, but I just used my handy little device here. Talks about the special event that's being put forward, and this news release says that only 4 events are actually taking place at this specific rodeo. So just for our information, bareback riding, barrel racing, saddle bronc riding, and bull riding. Because according to this, it says these are the same 4 events held at the Cloverdale Rodeo. And in fact, this is considered to be a special event because otherwise, to call it a rodeo per se would require having 7 events. So that's just for clarification as to what's going to happen on that site if this goes forward. I did have a question, actually, and if you wouldn't mind, I would really appreciate to know succinctly the Indigenous lens that you bring to this rodeo concept.
Excellent. Thank you for asking that question. And so the Indigenous lens is that my elders have taught me how to act, how to be a part of society. And part of that is that we care about all the elements that are in our world. And so this includes the air, this includes the land, this includes the water, and this includes the people. And so the Indigenous lens is that by doing this work and having the Indigenous lens part of this event, that means that that is going to be the utmost standard that we would follow. And the organizers are following that same standard, that there is care there. There's the work that we do as Indigenous people with my family and with other Indigenous people that are going to maintain that level of commitment. I don't know if that explains it to you. But...
Thank you.
Excellent. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you for coming today. So I had a couple of questions. One was, is this meant to be a replacement of the Cloverdale Rodeo? Is that what I'm hearing, or is this an addition to? And is this something that's expected to be part of a regular rodeo circuit? Is that sort of the idea?
Yes, this is in addition to Cloverdale. We support Cloverdale, always have, and this is another chance for the rodeo cowboys to perform. As you may or may not know, they go for year-end points, so any rodeo added is another chance for them to perform and to get points. We, in the future, when Cloverdale gets going, we should complement each other quite nicely because they go, in May, and we are at the end of the rodeo season. So we will be supporting each other and we complement each other.
Okay, and so who sanctions this rodeo? Is there a national body that sanctions the rodeo?
Yes, it's a Canadian Professional Rodeo Association, and they do have 7 events, but because because of the way the area has changed over the year, the calf roping and bulldogging is not as accepted in the Lower Mainland. So we thought we would just go with the 4 riding events. And that answers your question as to why it's not a full rodeo. To be a full rodeo, it's got to also include breakaway roping, bulldogging, and I'm missing one. One other event. No, we're doing bareback, and that's why we're classed as a special event. And the Cowboys are going for year-end points for the CPRA finals, which are held in Red Deer in November.
Right. Okay. So, like I've been at the Little Britches location a number of times, and I'm trying to get a sense of how big this is. I think Councillor Richter asked these types of questions. I'm not sure. Maybe you could highlight a little bit of the facilities for having the bulls and the horses on the grounds. It's because I'm assuming that the participants don't bring their own bulls and their own horses. So you're bringing them in. They have to come in for a few days. Do you have the kind of space and capacity to board those animals on site there?
Oh, yes. Yes. Mr. Dwayne Kessler is going to do the stock contracting, brings in stocks out of Alberta. He'll have 3 liner loads, 1 each of bulls, broncs, and bareback. And we are working on right now getting our fencing improved and adding more corrals, and there is specific areas for the livestock. Yes, they are brought in. The only ones that bring their own horses are the barrel racers.
Right. Okay. And just my last question, just again, was back on the question around the Indigenous connection to the rodeo. I'm wondering, you had mentioned that they would be following sort of Indigenous practices. I'm not sure what that means. And would someone be involved in the organizing committee from the Indigenous community, or what role is Indigenous community playing in this rodeo?
Really great. I'm just so happy to hear that there's a lot of questions in regards to the Indigenous lens. And yes, I'm an active participant as a volunteer to make sure that oversee, if you will, but it's not my work. It's not me personally that does this work. It's the work of the people that are involved. So it's the entire Indigenous community in these territories. So obviously it's the Kwantlen people, but we also want to include the other overlapping communities like Semiahmoo, Matsqui, Katzie, but also there's another Indigenous community here, and they're Dene, they're Inuit, they're Métis, they're non-status First Nations. So there's a wide range of Indigenous people that are in these territories, and we want to make sure that they're being heard, number one, and see if they would like to participate, number two. And so that's my role. I'm going to be doing that, participating to make sure that that takes place. And then at the same time, we're going to have friends and relatives that are going to partake in this event. They're going to have either cultural events that are going to take place, or they're going to have food and crafts that are going to be available for the public. So there's various areas where the Indigenous lens is going to take place. And absolutely, one of the biggest things is the territorial recognition. And so that's going to be part of our opening ceremonies, and it's going to continue on throughout the event. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. It worries me when you start talking about bulls and improving the fences. Get the fences improved. Anyhow, I'm teasing you. Sir, I where is your nation? You, where I didn't say where it was.
I'm from Klahoose First Nation.
Please, I don't know where that is.
Sure. They're Coast Salish, and they're on a small island called Cortez Island, which is just up the coast.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to know my ancestry? Are you interested at all?
Oh, I'm interested, but that wasn't the question.
Oh, okay, please.
There was a couple questions that were asked about the involvement of First Nations, and you're supposed to say that your nations are the toughest cowboys and the toughest bull riders of all. I'm teasing.
Yeah, humility.
I'm respecting. Anyhow, I didn't know where you were from, so that's thank you very much.
Woohoo! Thank you. And so my family are also from Treaty 4 territory in Saskatchewan as well, and that's where my dad comes from Cowessess First Nation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions, so I appreciate you coming out and presenting to us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we move on to the third and last presentation, and it's from staff regarding the Orkson Community Park. Welcome here. Mr. Back, who's introducing this?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll actually have Mr. Chohan introduce the
Thank you.
staff.
Thank you, Your Worship. Today's presentation is following the May 9th council meeting. Council direction for staff to provide an update on the development of Orkson Community Park, and in particular, contemplating the advancement of N2, S3, S4, and the field house and other parking areas before parking lot and skate park on 80th Avenue. Today we have our manager, our Parks Design and Development, Chris Marshall, who will be providing the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chohan, and Your Worship, for the opportunity to present and discuss the Orkson Community Park phasing plan. To outline the presentation, we will start with some background on the park, highlight the funding, phases, and implementations thus far, present the current status and active projects, go over the remaining work, phasing considerations, and budget, then discuss the implications of the May 9th resolution, followed by discussion on potential next steps to move forward. As Mr. Chohan stated, this presentation is to respond to the May 9th regular council meeting motion as amended, which was to provide council with a presentation on the current phasing of Orkson Community Park with a view to consider completion of playing fields N2, S3, and S4, the field house, and other parking areas before the parking lot and skate park on 80th Avenue. The original 10-phase plan was adopted by Council in 2016 following a public engagement process. In 2018, a second round of community engagement was held, resulting in the addition of a community garden and mountain bike park into the concept plan. Then, after several years of implementation, in September 2021, the phasing plan was updated in a report to Council that responded to a June 4th resolution. The 2022 Parks Capital Budget was submitted for consideration following that report's recommendations. The phases presented today were first presented in that September 2021 report, which detailed the active projects and 5 remaining phases to complete the park. Parks development cost charges are the main funding source for community parks, and the phasing plan was developed to utilize those funds as they are collected. Not all park features are eligible for DCC funding under provincial legislation, and other township funding sources are required for some of the park amenities, most notably parking lots, lighting, and synthetic turf. The overall vision is a 52-acre park that includes sports fields and related facilities, passive recreation, as well as natural areas, just as described in the Orkson Neighborhood Plan. The site chosen was an expansion of the original Willoughby Neighborhood Park and is bound by Orkson Creek to the west, 84th Avenue and Orkson Creek Middle School to the north, 80th Avenue to the south, and is also bisected by 82nd Avenue. Following adoption of the plan in 2016, construction began with site servicing and the first field in 2017. Phasing continued in 2018, but also included the first deviation from the original plan to construct gravel parking at 84th Avenue. This was needed to replace the parking lot lost at the middle school with the addition of portables. The 2019 phase leveraged external development contributions to incorporate a stormwater detention facility under the S1 and S2 fields. The 2020 phase responded to requests to add a community garden and mountain bike park, as well as parking at 82nd Avenue to service the new S1 and S2 fields. 2021 focused on the road improvements and greenways of 80th and 82nd Avenue and saw the opening of the Langley Tennis Center, which was an externally developed facility under a lease agreement with a private operator. The park today consists of 3 lit softball diamonds, D1, D2, and D3, a lit synthetic turf field, N1, that is lined for soccer and lacrosse, 2 unlit grass fields, S1 and S2, that are part of an oversized oval field suitable for field sports and also has the potential to host large community open space events. A mountain bike park, a community garden, a dog park with separated small dog and large dog areas, a caretaker's residence, and the Langley Tennis Center, all served by 3 temporary unlit gravel surfaced parking lots. 80 and 82nd Avenue have been widened, and the underground service utilities and greenway trails are nearly complete. Active projects include Phase 6, the 82 Avenue North parking lot, earthworks and N2 site prep, and the North Field House, as well as Phase 7, which includes the spray park, playground, and picnic area. The Phase 6 parking lot will include 118 paved parking stalls with lighting, 3 accessible stalls, and 4 EV charging stalls. Included in this phase is the excavation and earthworks required to prepare the site for the future N2 field. Phase 6 was previously postponed to follow the completion of 82nd Avenue roadworks and is now scheduled to tender in June and begin construction this July. The Yorkson North Fieldhouse is in early design, anticipated to continue through 2022 and begin construction in 2023. A design team has been retained for Phase 7, and detailed designs of the spray park, playground, and picnic area are expected by the fall of 2022, with construction following as soon as favorable weather allows in the spring of 2023. The 2021 phasing update described the 5 phases of work remaining to complete the park in 2026. Phase 8 was included in the 2022 Parks capital budget and includes a large skateboard park, partially covered with a canopy and lighting to extend the usable times of the facility. This is the first phase of internal development south of 82nd Avenue and requires the service connections and on-site design of all utilities for the remaining phases. Detailed design of the future parking area is also required to coordinate with the skate park interface. This phase was prioritized for 2022 in response to a request from local youth for additional and improved skateboard facilities in the township and specifically in the Yorkson neighborhood. Businesses at the Willoughby Town Centre have also expressed concerns about skateboarding in the commercial area and encouraged development of the skate park with the hopes that the activity would relocate to this new facility. Staff intended to issue a request for proposals to retain a design and public engagement team in the coming weeks, but work is not yet started and the 2022 funds remain available. Phase 9 was planned for 2023 and includes completing the 3 gravel lots with paving and lighting, as well as expanding the 80th Avenue lot to its full size with lighting and all necessary amenities. Yorkson Community Park is utilized year-round by multiple user groups, but peaks in use from March to September during baseball and soccer seasons. High demand for parking is experienced throughout the year, and completion of Phase 9 will provide sufficient parking to service the remaining fields and to avoid the overflow parking issues this park has experienced in the past. Phase 10 was scheduled for 2024 and included the N2 oversized synthetic field, which will be used for roller rugby, soccer, and lacrosse. This field is larger to accommodate rugby and also includes a synthetic warm-up area that would allow groups to more efficiently utilize the main fields. This will be the first synthetic warm-up area in the township, but has become a standard provision in other lower mainland municipalities. This field will provide a proper facility for the Yorkson Middle School rugby program that is currently adapting their program onto a smaller field and one. Phase 12 would include the east parking lane and the southwest synthetic field for soccer and lacrosse. This phase appears out of sequence because we have previously shown the S3 field first in phase 11, but the two phases are interchangeable and construction access will likely make this field easier to build first. Phase 11 would include the south field house and the southeast synthetic field also for soccer and lacrosse. Some of the considerations that went into this phasing plan include requests from both youth and local businesses for more skate parks, requests for more tennis courts and lighting, high demand that is expected to increase on parking with further development, the need to complete the temporary parking facilities and include all necessary amenities such as accessible parking, lighting, and EV chargers, the need to fulfill a commitment to the Langley School District to provide a rugby field for the middle school program, and the growing demand to expand field inventories and make more fields available for our many sport user groups. The current Phase 8 budget of $4 million of parks development cost charges is still available. To complete all the remaining 4 phases, an additional $16 million would be required. Considerations specific to the recent resolution are the deferred Phase 8 funding is only sufficient to complete one of the alternate phases. Phase 8 was funded from Parks DCCs, which are ineligible for large portions of the proposed work. Additional parking is needed now, specifically in areas where we intend to add fields. Site servicing connections and on-site utility design is required prior to any further work on development south of 82nd Avenue. And even if design starts immediately, construction could not begin until the spring of 2023 when favorable weather returns. The schedule for the resolution phasing with blue design work beginning immediately, followed by tendering in green, and the orange construction works starting in May 2023 during favorable weather. This schedule also assumes that funding would be pre-approved in advance of the 2023 budget. To fund the work listed in the resolution, a combination of DCCs and non-DCCs totaling $8 million would be required in addition to the current Phase 8 funding. These estimates were prepared in 2021, and we continue to see cost increases and price uncertainty, so we are anticipating higher costs by the time we get to tender. The current balance of Parks DCs is already overcommitted and insufficient to fund these additions. So to summarize our options to move forward, we could continue with the previous phasing plan, face the cost uncertainty of the future and complete the park in 2026, or, as per the resolution, defer Phase 8 to reprioritize Phase 10, 11, and 12. In that case, design work could begin immediately with the current funding available, but additional DCC and non-DCC funding would be required to construct the prioritized phases. That construction would begin no sooner than the spring of 2023, with the remaining phases following in subsequent years. That concludes the presentation, and I thank you again for the opportunity. I hope I've provided some clarity to a complex process, but I'm happy now to take any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much. No, you certainly have for me. That's good to hear. And certainly, you know, looking at a lot of the fields there for a lot of organized sports, which are great and I fully support, but I know a lot of youth, they pick up their skateboard and they need a place to go and certainly encourage that. So I'm quite happy that you clarified that for me. I've got a few questions here, so I'll start with Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, Chris, for coming. And us rugby players, we like to play in the rain on a artificial turf fields because when we land, it's a lot softer. Okay, I did want to ask you, did we lose a bit of a season due to the weather this year, or because you're talking a bit about things getting planted and otherwise?
Well, we've definitely had a late start with a wet spring, but without the design work being done, we wouldn't be able to get design work complete in time to still construct in this season.
Okay, so that's an ongoing. It's exciting to see all those things happening. I've been at the park many times. I even played a bit of tennis there. It wasn't very good, but I played. And it's good that you've got a lot of exciting programs for people of all ages. I wanted to ask you, your initial comments were regarding one parking lot or a portion of a parking lot had been used, I guess, by a school district. I think it's probably on their property for portables.
Yes, thanks for asking. So when we built the first field, we didn't construct a new parking lot. There was the old parking there that was back to the Willoughby Neighborhood Park. And when the school was constructed, there was a new parking lot built by the school district. Through our shared use agreement with the school district, we were able to utilize that parking to serve the new N1 field when it was constructed. Following its first year of use, the school district came in and to add portables and cover up that, well, at least 50% of that parking lot. So we moved ahead and reprioritized that 84th Avenue parking to replace those stalls lost when the school district put the portables on their site.
Okay, but I guess those portables are on school district land, I guess.
Yes,
right?
they are.
And so it's a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay, now I don't want to ask you a question you don't have an answer, but you got the planning staff here. When schools are, my background is a teacher, so we had a parking spot in front of the school for many visitors and staff. And then at the back of the school, there was a fairly large parking lot for students and guests. Is there a requirement for a certain number of, mostly for, I guess, secondary school and elementary might be a bit different, for a number of parking spots when they're building a school?
That I'm not familiar with what the school district standards would be.
If I may, I've always wondered about that because we do have a unique relationship with a school district, perhaps different than maybe Abbotsford or Richmond or Burnaby. I was just wondering about that.
So, Mr. Richardson.
If I may, through the chair, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. Through to Councillor Ferguson, yes, you're correct. There are zoning bylaw requirements for parking. And as Mr. Marshall pointed out, we work closely with our school district partners in those parking facilities under our shared use agreement, as well as trying some specific design ideas to, as you've mentioned, separate staff parking areas and staff and guest parking areas to make them work as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and I know what they try to do, decommission portables when they're filled, when they've got room somewhere else. Okay, thank you very much. Great project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship, and thank you very much for coming today. Actually, just in listening to what you were talking about, I was recalling being at the Willoughby Town Centre recently and seeing all these kids on skateboards walking around. So I assume that's where they're enacting their menace. And so I know that they've had to take some defensive measures, I would say, to put things up as barriers, as you do when kids are inclined to want to use flat graded surfaces for their skateboarding activities. I did have a question about the skateboard park per se. And so I was just considering that a lot of communities in the States in particular are using skateboard infrastructure for stormwater management as a component of that. So I'm just wanting to put a plug in for consideration of that, because in the township of Langley, I think that there may be some overlapping costs. And if you could find a way to construct this and then have that as a component, it might reduce some other costs that are associated with doing that. And, they're frankly very attractive looking and not something that looks clunky or out of place. They're very attractive. But I did have a question about the parking, and so we referred to these gravel parking areas that are unlit. I wondered if there was perhaps an interim opportunity to do something that would address at least the lighting for now. So I don't know if there's some technical issues, but if there's some kind of lighting components that could be installed in the interim. I don't know if that's cost effective or not, but even solar lighting or anything so that we're, making it safe for the public to be there.
Yeah, yes, thank you. So first of all, thank you for your suggestion on the skatepark design. I gave up my skateboard back in high school, so I'm by no means an expert. We did intend to, we're lucky here in Langley to have one of the world leaders in skateboard park design local. We worked with them in the past on other projects, so we would definitely be contacting them and looking for either their expertise or another company very similar to them. And yes, your suggestion about integrating stormwater is something that we try and do in almost all of our park development projects now is consider our treatment of stormwater in every component. So thank you for your suggestion. Sorry, I was so focused on answering your first question. Can you repeat your second? Oh yes, sorry, the lights. So the parking lots, other than the 80th Avenue, have all been fully designed previously, and they're in their gravel state now is just a preliminary construction level. So they could be built out. The lighting design is complete, and with funding could be added. Your suggestion about solar lighting is also something we've considered. We've done a small pilot project at the Derrick Doubleday Arboretum where we have solar lights installed there. So they're very simple to add in. You don't get quite the lighting levels out of them as you would out of the ultimate design, but it is an interim option. And because there's no infrastructure in the ground to install them, they're easily moved on to the next site if the permanent infrastructure got added later. So yes, they're both options.
Oh, I don't.
Their thought,
There you go.
if you could mic me, thank you. Yeah, it's just a thought about the pavement area. You know, we need to be, as you know, increasingly concerned about these impervious surfaces. So I'm wondering, I know it's more expensive, at least at the outset. Is there a consideration for using specialized kind of paving material so that the water can permeate into the area rather than just running off into our engineered piping?
Yes, that is partially considered. The stormwater design of the site overall already incorporates some best practices in terms of infiltration. The parking lots have drainage areas and rain gardens incorporated into them, so some of the water isn't directed directly into pipe. Again, the site is very unique in that in the north there's an existing stormwater pond there that all the water ends up into, and then I mentioned there's an underground detention facility in the south. Same situation there. All of our on-site water ultimately is directed into that detention pond where it's slowly released out into Yorkson Creek. So there's no real environmental benefit to using impermeable surfaces that would allow it to infiltrate, because it's directed to a site where it is allowed to infiltrate immediately beside where the parking lot is. So.
Thank you. Could we let's just stop the sharing, the screen sharing? Thank you. Then Councilor Richter. No, Councilor Richter, you can share it. It's a screen sharing.
District in the presentation is the one that's running the rugby program in their middle school, and they've requested a rugby field from us. Will they be providing us any funding for that field, which is there basically to support their school program?
That I'm not sure about, because that agreement precedes my time in this position. I don't know if...
So, Mr. Backen, there is an agreement in place, is that what I'm led to believe, with the school district on shared facilities?
No, it's a good question. However, generally we supply the playing fields and they supply the school infrastructure, and then there's of course community use associated with the playing fields themselves. We'll have to get back to you, but I don't believe that they are making any contribution to the playing field itself. I think that would be my suspicion, but we'd have to be able to verify that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, well, if they're requiring a specific type of playing field, I think they should be making a financial contribution for it. Also, this council did approve money for an additional rugby field in the Milner area, so I think we've made our contribution to rugby already. The other question that I had is with regards to cost escalations. You did say that higher costs are expected. I'm just wondering how much higher. I mean, the inflationary situation that we're in right now and the speculated stagnation or stagflation era that we could be entering into. Will it become necessary for us to put these plans on hold even longer because we're not getting value for dollar out of our construction budget?
That I'm really not sure about. And like I said, these estimates were based on the best numbers we had last summer during the 2021 construction season. We'd be able to get a better idea of current numbers this season as construction work happens. Again, it's been so volatile over the last 2 years. I'm really reluctant to take a guess, but just we're trying to be aware of the issue and as best prepared for the worst as we can.
Okay. Now, you do have a couple of things that are going out to tender this summer. If the tender prices come in abnormally high, will it come back to council for a decision?
Yes, because we've allocated, we have a funding envelope, but it's broken up into the various phases that I described. So we don't want to get ahead of ourselves and approve overly costly work in phase 6 and then not have enough work, not enough funds left to fund phase 7. So
yeah,
if as long as within our estimates,
okay,
our safe range for the designated phases.
Well, this is what I'm concerned about. So you're anticipating now at 16 million to complete. My question is, how firm is that estimate, given the scenarios that we're in right now?
These are what they call Class C estimates that were based on just the conceptual design without detailed design and actual quantity of materials. And like I said, updated to include our 2021 estimates. But beyond that, I'm can't see the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks for that. So it was actually great to get a chance to tour it with you. Actually, just this week,
Yes.
we got a chance to walk around. So pretty timely. So, I sort of brought this forward with some thoughts around, what I've been sort of talking to council about during the budget process of, the cost of just completing it all now versus phasing it in over time. So I've got the 2015 cost estimate to complete the whole park. I won't share it with you because it was millions less than it is now. To have just completed it, even for a borrowing bylaw, we would have saved the taxpayer millions. And so for me, I'm considering maybe bringing forward at the next meeting something along those lines based upon maybe some discussion with council here today. But I had a couple of questions around the staging areas for S1 and S4. So if you want to bring the slide back up, if you mentioned the staging area for N2,
Maybe go to...
Yeah, that one there, 13.
13?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 13 there, do you have the, no. That one.
Perfect.
Yeah, so the staging area for N2, I just wanted to ask, now that I've seen this, we don't seem to have a similar staging area for S1 to S4. Is there any way you think you might be able to fit that in?
Sorry, by staging area, you mean the warm-up area?
Synthetic turf warm-up area, yeah.
Yes.
Some refer to that as the staging area because they're using it to transition from one group of children to the X group that's coming in, right?
Sorry, when you said staging, my mind went to construction staging.
Sorry, not staging. Staging for kids waiting for their turn to play.
Warm-up area.
Yeah, correct. No, we don't have that in the south. Like I said, it's kind of a new feature that we haven't included in any of our other fields. But we had the space available here at N2, so we opted to include it. So it
a little tight on the other four, though. It looks
correct.
Like, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I might want to follow up sort of separately on that. Did you mention in the presentation the mountain bike park?
Yes.
You did. Can you remind me what you said about that?
It wasn't in the original concept plan, but through redevelopment over at Willoughby Community Park, the existing mountain bike park there was lost and replaced with a new field. So we considered relocating it here and including it in the Yorkson Community Park, took that proposal out to community engagement, got support for it, and and incorporated it into the park just
Can you
north
remind
of.
me which phase you had that in?
Thought it was built in 2019 or 2020.
Yeah, because it's been there. It looks like there's some issues, some challenges with it. Is that true?
We are, when the road widening went in, it's kind of impacting the footprint of the one, like the intermediate pump track that's in there. So we're looking at reconfiguring that to fit now that the road widening has happened.
Okay, so maybe that might be reconfigured. That would be the word.
Yeah, the majority of it should remain as is. It's just there is a bit of a conflict in terms of not much buffer space between the one track and the new greenway. So.
Right. Okay. And so I'm going to probably have to take the slides and spend some time with them. There's a lot of numbers, a lot of phases, a lot of potential options. But is there, just to cut to the chase, is there some way to consider sort of what I was trying to get to with the notice of motion, which was moving north to south and getting the rugby field and warm-up area for Yorkson Middle completed, get the picnic area completed, get those parking areas that we talked about on 82nd Avenue, on both sides of 82nd Avenue, which at the moment are gravel and very rough or don't exist, and using available funding envelopes to complete that and finish that area, rather than say finish 80th and then still have this unfinished area in the middle. What do you think about that? Whatever the numbers are and the phasing numbers are, what do you think about that in more simple terms?
Well, thanks for the question, and thank you for asking my opinion. And given the timeline that I presented, the fact that we would need the rest of this year to really complete any sort of design work, I would suggest to move ahead with design of the balance of all the phases. Get the design work done. We can do that with the current funding we have available, and then we'd be able to go back as part of the 2023 budget, possibly, and review those phases in more detail and really have a better understanding of what phasing is required, what staging of work needs to happen first before really get the sequence of construction nailed down in terms of with a proper complete design in hand. And that we could start immediately, like I said, with the funding available, and then review the construction budgets when we have more information.
Yeah, so that could potentially lead to completing the 82nd Avenue areas. That's the parking on the north side of 82nd Avenue, the parking on the south side of the 82nd Avenue, the washrooms concession you mentioned the other day, potentially the picnic area, the spray park, and other amenities. Would there be any interest in considering relocating the skateboard park to where the mountain bike park is currently? To move it to a more central location within the park. I've had a couple of parents suggest that to me. What do you think of that idea? Again, asking your opinion.
Its location was chosen on 80th Avenue because of eyes on the park. We wanted it on a busy street so that it gets a lot of natural surveillance from the public and less likely to have after-hours issues there by being in a much more public space right across from the commercial center. It's designed to be quite a large facility, the largest skateboard park we would have in the township. The area that the mountain bike park is in now isn't really large enough to accommodate that. It wouldn't have that scale factor that we were hoping for on where it is on 80th.
Yeah, because again, just glancing at the concept plan, they look roughly to be about the same size, but maybe when in detailed design, they're not the same size exactly?
No, exactly, and because the interim parking lot that's on 80th isn't its ultimate design either. The skateboard park is quite large and extends farther east than where it appears to if you drive by now and look at the space that's remaining.
Okay, so that may take a decision of council to potentially prioritize the completion of the 82nd Avenue parking areas and some of these other playing fields prior to completion of the skateboard park. That would be something that council could potentially do, and then allocate more funding to complete those more expensive phasers before the costs escalate even further.
Yes, well, we are moving ahead with the 82nd Avenue North parking lot
That's
this
right.
year. That was the phase
correct.
that's still
Yeah.
proceeding. It's just the paving and finishing of the lot that's south of 82nd that would need that would need reprioritization.
That's right, and I would like to see that finished as well, because that particular area of 82nd is congested, it's gravel, cars coming out, and even getting out of the travel bus or the tour bus in and out of there was challenging. And so that might be potentially looking at allocating, finishing these areas that are in the middle of the park, and then moving to the outlying areas after. Generally, that may have some merit.
Yeah, our original phasing plan was always to start at the north and work our way south, and because of the deviations that happened, it hasn't quite worked out that well, but that was always our intention, was to finish from the top and work our way down.
And I appreciate that, because that was the impetus, the original impetus for the notice of motion. Had a couple of rationales, a couple I haven't mentioned yet, but the other rationale was the original phasing plan completed or contemplated completing some of those areas in the center before completing the areas on the north and the south ends. Is that that would be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate the time going into this. There's lots of great information. I think I'll end up taking a few days to really study some of those numbers before coming back with some other ideas. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thank you.
Just give a second.
Thank you for coming. I had a question about the tennis center. Do you know if it's privately, like, do you have to become a member in order to play tennis in the tennis center, or is it for the public?
They have a membership, but it's free.
Okay.
And courts are available to the general public when they're not booked for instruction and special events. So they do provide free time to the public.
Okay, so I noticed that you had you had tennis courts there. Can they be converted with lines for people to play pickleball, because that is the very popular emerging sport, especially for our aging seniors. And I know that there's not a lot of places for people to just get up and play. They have to find a specific recreation center or something like that. So I was just wondering if that's possible.
Yes, it is possible. It's a practice we've tried in a number of our parks. A number of our tennis courts have pickleball lines painted on them as well. It's a practice we're trying to get away from, and having both of them at the same location, because you get conflicts between the two groups as to who has priority. So we're moving more towards a model of designated tennis courts and designated pickleball courts.
Okay. So do you think that there is room for pickleball courts up there somewhere?
Our strategy here is we're actually adding 6 new pickleball courts at the Jericho Reservoir.
Okay.
On the rooftop park there, we'll have 6 dedicated pickleball courts there. So that was our strategy, is to provide the pickleball courts at Jericho and tennis at Yorkson.
Awesome. I had just one last question. It's actually, I had a question also about the school district contributing funds to rugby field, but are the school district also wanting to use the other fields for their school sports? I don't know what the relationship is.
Yes, in our joint sites and under our joint use agreement, that is the arrangement, is they have access to our fields during the day, and then they're turned back over to our user groups in the evenings.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Lots of detail. I'm assuming we'll get these slides sent to us. I don't think I have it. So, but the question I had, I wonder if you could just go to the slide that had the tennis center slide on it. It was sort of yes, this one here. So what I was wondering about this parking lot up here, we've got advanced design 80 Avenue lot. Is there's currently a parking lot there that's gravel. Is this going to be an expanded parking lot that'll service both the skateboard park and the tennis center, or what's the intention of this parking lot?
Yes, so that gravel surface that you see now is just interim, and it was constructed by the Langley Tennis Center during their development. And you'll see the red dashed outline that's the extent of the ultimate parking. And yes, some of that will serve the skateboard park. I'm not sure how many people will be driving to the skateboard park to use it. The hope is it would be servicing the local community that would be arriving on foot. But yes, we will get some use for that. And then also the S3 and S4 fields will just be immediately north of it. So it will receive parking demand from those fields as well.
Okay, so this will be expanded from 85 to 180, it says here.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the orange that's on this? Like, is the skateboard park in the blue?
So the orange is the full extent of the skateboard park, and just schematically, we're showing a portion of it covered with a canopy.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, so just some general things. What I seem to gather from the presentation overall was that it was about $16 million to complete all phases. That's how I understood it. If we were to go along with the motion that was being considered here, or not the motion, but the desire of the staff report, the objective of the staff report, if we went along with that, what I heard us say was that we could do that. It would cost us $8 million more up front, but then I'm assuming that we would have less money to pay after. The total, regardless, in today's dollars, I appreciate the costs go up, but in today's dollars, the total is 16 million. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we presented the changes necessary to fund the resolution at $8 million in addition to the 4 that's currently funded, but there would still be the balance of that 16 left outstanding with work incomplete, right? The resolution wasn't all the phases.
So the overall cost is not changing, other than the cost of supplies and inflationary costs, but the overall cost is not changing. We're just changing the timing of when we spend the money if we were to go along with the resolution that was before us.
That's how I understand it, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any further questions from council, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Sure, we'll take a bit of a recess, come back. It's at 3:25, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. missing 4. Well, we have quorum, but we'll give it a minute. I think we can move the rest of the agenda along quite quickly, and Councillor Ferguson's mic gets turned off. We'll be fine. Right, Councillor Ferguson? Oh, good. We'll keep it that way. No. It's all good. There's Councillor Woodward. Let's wait for the other. There's Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Long, Councillor Kunst. Wait for them. There's Councillor Kunst. Councillor Long, are you out there in Zoom land? All right, I will reconvene the regular meeting of Township Council. We now move to reports to council. E2 is a development permit application 101325, the Janda Group Holdings on 272 Street. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor
I'll move it.
Ferguson moves it. Councillor Davis seconds it. Councillor Arneson. Yep, we'll get it. No, I think. There, oh, now we're both fighting over it. Oh, talk to myself.
I haven't touched
There
anything
you go.
yet.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Worship. Through you to staff, I'm wondering, so I'm really excited that this is going forward. I assume we're all just really thrilled that this phase is moving in the direction that it is, and notice where it is on the map. I did have a question, though, to staff about the demolition of the rest of the site, and I'm wondering if we have any further updates about whether that's going to be done in a phased manner. Is that going to be done as a whole, and how is that going to be organized?
Mr. Richardson.
Through your worship to Councillor Arneson, thank you for the question. In the latest information from the proponent is proceeding with demolition in July and proceeding with building permit excavation works in August and September.
Oh, thank you. That's great.
Okay. Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, just a quick question. I noticed that this is actually phase 2. Is there a reason for jumping to phase 2 before phase 1?
Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. Through to Councillor Kunst. Phased 1 was approved by Council and is now advanced to building permit. So what I mentioned previously was the proponent there advancing on the demolition of the existing buildings, then advancing on the excavation permits to complete those phase 1 buildings. And then I guess my staff's understanding is given the success of the phase 1, wanting to advance with the phase 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no further questions. I will call the question. All those in favor and opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you. Move on to E3. It's the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Framework, and the motion is to endorse it, and then also to move consideration for funding to the 2023 budget. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Kunst. I'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I was wondering, I read through it, and I'd like to get a very brief staff presentation on this one.
Sure.
Take some time with that. So I'd like to make a motion to get it doesn't have to be long, just a very brief staff presentation on the implications of this. I think obviously it's a positive thing, but I did want to get some more information on the development, implementation, equity, and the inclusion. So the funding for additional staff resources. I wanted to hear specifically about that.
We do have staff here, so Mr. Backen, maybe.
Well, my intention was maybe also to take 2 weeks with it, unless it's considered an urgent item.
You can make that motion, but there is
I'd like
staff
to make
here,
that motion,
perhaps
yeah.
to give us some background, and then, okay, so
like
it's
to make
moved by
that- I'll
Councillor
make that motion, yeah.
Woodward, second by Councillor Richter, to move this to the next meeting.
With a
and
presentation.
with a presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that, I'll just state, I think I can get that, some of that information today. I'm quite happy to hear it today. It's fairly straightforward, so I'm not going to support that, but hey, will of council, whatever they want to do. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson, Mayor Froese, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Whitmarsh, and Councillor Long. So that's fails. If I could ask perhaps Mr. Backer and Mr. Richardson just give some background on this report, some of the implications? And I know there is, certainly this will come back in the fall under the 2023 budget considerations for further information.
Thank you, Worship. The framework is just that. It's a lens. So the endorsement today is for the trail map as outlined in terms of the route forward. The work then talks about equity, diversity, and inclusion in terms of the framework. And that's really an education piece in terms of looking at doing an inventory of the work that we do at the township, including our strategic plans and how they can be better reflective of that framework. The item with respect to staffing is the request that it be considered as part of the 2023 budget process. But I have two other experts here with me today, Mr. Chu and Mr. Ward. I'd yield to them if they want to add some more information on that.
Okay. Okay, I'll open up to questions from council if they have any further questions of staff. So Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. In light of just getting this on the table and having some discussion about it, I see Mr. Ward is coming, so maybe I'll wait till he gets to the podium. I do have a question, and it seems to me this is one of these multi-phased processes, so that council today could consider this and say yes to a component of it, but for reasons of budget or other considerations, due to resources and things, could consider that they wish to postpone other elements of it. But this is the step that we need as a baseline in order to get started. So, because I do understand the concern about resources and how much will this cost, and potentially we won't know that exactly right away, but this is a way just to get the process on the go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, and that is correct. So what's before council today is the recommendation to endorse the trail map, which is effectively the steps to prepare the framework. And to your point, it's difficult to anticipate what those full resource implications of this work will lead without having gone through the process. I do note that included in the council report is a note that after every step along the way on this trail map, which is included as attachment B to the report, there will be a check-in with council.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Mr. Ward. Yeah, I guess when putting together this report, did you sit down with either other communities or even the school district to discuss what works and what, well, hopefully everything worked, but to discuss the merits of this report, if I may, through the chair?
Yes, thank you for the question. So this report drew very much on the consultant's report that was submitted to the Council Process Committee in January. If council recalls, the consultants undertook a very significant scan of other communities that have engaged in this work, the process they followed, the various components that they included in their framework. And the trail map that's before council today is consistent with the steps that were recommended by the consultant at that time. In terms of additional community engagement, that would absolutely certainly be part of a process to prepare the framework. It's actually identified in step 3 really to begin to engage very, very closely with what we would see as equity denied groups.
Yeah, the report mentioned 12 steps or something, common components. I like to think that the school district has a inclusive framework embedded in theirs. Would you consider Langley, if I may through the chair, an inclusive community?
Well, I think the Township of Langley has a very good foundation on which to build. There is always room for improvement, and I think that's what this framework does, is takes us on a road for continuous improvement.
Okay, because I just wanted to add one more thing. I'm going to give you this when I finish. It's realizing UNDRIP, which is supporting strong Indigenous relationships for local government. I'm going to give you this. I still think that there's a component of that that I don't say it's missing that could be added, and it's like a living document. We're learning more and more and more as I am on my committees at Indigenous relations, both at Metro and at treaty table, more and more, and even the word treaty is something that everything's a moving situation. So I thank you for your report. I'm going to give you this, and that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I thought this started out as we wanted to get a policy in place, and so we did get the consultant report. And how much did we spend on the consultant for the report?
It was approximately $20,000 to prepare that consultant's report. Yes.
20,000, okay. And now we're looking at a trail map that will eventually end up in a framework. It seems to me that this process may be being stretched out more than perhaps it needs to be stretched out. So I'm wondering, instead of adding additional staff, can we not just continue to use a consultant in order to get the trail map and the framework done?
That's certainly an option, and that's why the recommendation is broken up into two parts. So, the first being to consider endorsement of the trail map, and the second is around the staffing resource. I think what I would suggest, however, is that this is really comprehensive work that needs to take place. And for this work to be successful, the portfolio and function to be most successful ought to be embedded right in the municipality so that that staff resource can work with various functions and departments across the municipality to ensure that the equity lens is being successfully implemented as part of all functions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you for this presentation, and I'm very pleased with the report that's come back. There's a lot of detail there, and this is the type of thing that I was looking forward to coming back to council and working towards when first initiated the idea of it. I'm really pleased about this. But I did have a question around when I looked at number one, step one in the trail map. It talks about having a staff lead in step one, and I'm wondering, is the step one lead, is that what is tied to the recommendation here that we would have to have one full-time equivalent staff? Is that part of step one? Or because in the financial occasion, it sort of talks about the ongoing implementation would require staff, but then step one requires us to identify a staff lead. So I wonder if you just clarify that for me.
Yes, thank you for the question. The staff lead would effectively be responsible for developing out the framework, of course, with council input throughout. Ideally, the staff lead would be implemented near the beginning so that they can begin to build the capacity within the organization. As you progress down the trail map, you're effectively building out the framework as you go. It's an almost iterative process. So the recommendation would be, I think the strongest way to do this would be to bring forward a staff lead as early as possible down the trail. That being said, it's possible certainly to proceed with steps along the way without having that staff lead in place. It would probably in reality prolong the process because staff are already working at full capacity, at least within the social planning function.
Okay, so the staff lead is not someone that we currently have on staff.
Yes, that's
correct. Is that correct? Okay, so if we're going to have someone at the beginning phase to help to develop the framework and to go through the trail map, it does seem to make sense to me that we would be thinking of a person near the beginning as opposed to partway through. Am I hearing you correct on that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks very much.
You, Councillor Richter.
And I want to thank Councillor Marsh for raising that, and that's why I made the comment that I did. What is the average cost of a staff person in the township relative to the cost of a consultant? We might be further ahead using a consultant to get this kick-started than adding additional staff. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, and that's certainly within council's purview, yeah, to look at that. 100% of your time is devoted to this, I guess, with all the other stuff that's going on in your world. Oh, thank you. All right, I see no further questions, and I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Move to E4. It's the Willowbrook Community Planning Team, revisions to the terms of reference. Can I have a motion? Councillor Davis moves. Councillor Arneson seconds. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Woodward opposed. It carries. Thank you. All right, move on to E5. It's liquor license amendment application number 61, Roots and Wings Distillery on 240th Street. Now there's the motion would be that we endorse or not endorse, consider it and endorse. So I would ask for a motion to consider and endorse. Is there a motion? Councillor Kuntz, seconder. Is there a second? Councillor Davis, questions? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I would like to take this to a public input opportunity, if that's permissible with this application. What I found concerning is the number of letters that we got in, and it was clear either they were supporting this or they weren't supporting this. But it seems to me when this application first came before council, it was warmly welcomed by pretty much everybody in the immediate neighborhood. I'm not getting that sense from the letters, some of the letters that have come in. And so I would like an opportunity to hear from people firsthand as to what the issues are that they'd like to see addressed. So when you're ready for it, Mr. Mayor, I'll move a referral for a public input opportunity.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask the clerk a question. So we did receive written submissions that council was provided with. So if council needed more time to review those submissions, because some came in today, or that might be, because we already got it. We've already got the written submissions. They've taken the time. So I'm wondering if that might be something for council to consider, is a deferral so we have a chance to read those submissions, because no point in hearing them. They've already written to us. So I'm thinking.
Well, except that for other applications, I recall there was a winery down in South Langley that had to have a public input opportunity. But I would like to know from the immediate neighbors what the issues are. I mean, they've alluded to a number of things like motorcycles and stuff.
We'll come down to that. I'll go through the list and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Richter. Councillor Long.
Well, I would like to second that, and I'm concerned a little bit that we did have this protocol put in place because of COVID, but it seems now we should be going back to public hearings. And especially something like this where it's extremely unique. There's already been some discussion about all the other establishments within the township, but I don't think we have too many hard liquor places. So this is definitely a different thing. And I'm not sure, and I'd like to know, and maybe staff can inform me, or we'll find out if we have a public hearing, the difference between a bottle of wine and a bottle of vodka when you've got a few people, visiting and having a cheese plate. So it is a concern for me, and I think I do agree that there's been a lot of letters. There seems to be, from the letters, some concern on how the place is being operated. So I would be very happy to support a public hearing with this, and I think it'd be nice to see public hearings with some of the other major issues that we didn't have to have because of COVID, but we should probably go back to.
All right, we'll have that opportunity once Councillor Richter makes that motion. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Well, since I have an opportunity to comment now, I actually will be supporting it going to a public hearing of a type. I do agree with the distinction between having a distillery in an area as opposed to having a winery. I think this could be a one-off. I might be mistaken in that. But I think that we need to have more information as well as potentially a more robust policy around this. Some council mates may recall that I've actually been in support of having a distillery district. And so this may be an example of how we would not have this problem if we had an area that's designated. This is not to say I'm against farm gate. I'm very much in support of agritourism. But the analysis that I've come down to today, absent any more information from the community, is I have to look at the residents who are living there. That's my job, to be able to look at this and say, do I feel comfortable in passing this on to say, yes, I approve and endorse this, when in fact, the ones that I recall we initially heard from were having problems already with the limited access and service that they had. So my recollection is loud motorcycles. My recollection is people potentially drinking and driving, and particularly noise. And I think that those are things that we have to, it's not a policy, I believe, that is a cookie cutter approach. It has to be tailored to the unique circumstances. So I went down there today to take a look myself, because I thought if people are living in close proximity to something like this, who am I really to challenge the fact that they are already struggling with noise issues? And so I try and put myself in their shoes and say, we need to take a cautionary approach and ask ourselves, is this fair to the existing residents and the community as a whole, which frankly looks very much to me. I know that there's industrial uses around there, there's Krause that's just around the corner, etc. But this is a really different proposition. So I'm not against anything to do with this. It's just the locational factor that I think is a challenge. So I would look forward to some more public input. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm generally been quite supportive of these kinds of things in our community for agritourism. I think they're important and valuable for us. I just had, I guess, and I'm fully supportive of a public hearing if that's the way we go. I don't think there's an issue with me to hear more from the public. But I had a question, maybe through your worship, to staff. Do we have the ability to, work with the proponent in terms of maybe where the patio is developed or other kinds of things that we can do to mitigate sound for people at the patio? I recognize we might not be able to mitigate motorcycles driving back and forth, but what about the patio itself? Do we have the ability to manage that and say, look, we would approve this if the patio is built differently or a different location or in the back of the farm or whatever? I don't know. Do we have that ability? Just a question to staff.
Mr. Backen.
Thank you, Worship. Through to Councillor Whitmarsh. Staff work with proponents as part of our daily work in terms of those items. In this instance, as outlined in the report, the temporary COVID-related area was the one that was being used and had been advanced by the proponent, and they're just seeking to formalize that in this instance. Certainly there are other instances, and Council may be aware of them from years past, where there have been some direction from Council with respect to those items, fencing, landscaping, items like that were incorporated into the Council resolution back to the regulating authority. But certainly, yes, when advanced by a proponent for staff input, we do input to those items.
And your worship,
okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Backen.
Just an update as to timing as we looked at the calendar. If this should be deferred for a public input session, they'll have to be scheduled for July the 11th so we can get the proper advertising to be done. That could impact the proponent, not that they're entitled to the deck, but I think there was some hope they could use it at least partially this summer. If it's at that stage, it's unlikely it could be used this summer, but that's just a timing issue.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was a information sent to us by staff about the number of different ones which we do have. So, and there's varying hours. I think that things came to us regarding a number of things. Now, motorcycles, Township of Langley, I'm not sure we're ready to ban motorcycles, but I'm one of the guilty ones. I have a couple of motorcycles, and I ride with an organization called the Third Cav, and they ride for the fallen. People have served in this community and across the country and overseas. I also ride with other nonprofit groups called the Salvation Army, other groups and organizations that raise money for charities, and there's a number of other. When they get started, I understand they're noisy going through the community, but they're permitted use by the motor vehicle branch, and I've told neighbors and stuff, there's not much we can do with motorcycles, but things we can look at are the hours of operation. We can look at making sure not just this proprietor, but all proprietors are aware of how much they're serving, and they have a designated driver program, and watch out for that. And that's just advice we give to all owners. And as far as use and it's a farm use in which the folks are distilling product from their farms. I think a good neighbor policy also is important to know that they do educate the neighbor as to what they're doing. So those are some of the things I've heard, and I guess if we want to hear more, that's up to council, but I did want to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. Motorcycles, they make noises all over the place. But put a muffler on it, Councillor Ferguson. Anyhow, I don't see any problem with getting public input. There's probably a real good chance that any problems there is from a neighbor or something like it can be rectified. We have a list here of expanded hours, and I don't see any reason why maybe the tour, agri-tour, and all that sort of stuff is not a bad idea. I was talking to somebody the other day, and she was furious because we stalled her growing season for strawberries and whatnot when we fixed the 72nd. So I don't know. We don't want to. Mind you, it's still open today, but we don't want to. We don't want to bugger it up for the proponent. Sorry, we don't want to prolong any, because it is kind of a nice thing to, in a normal year, to get on your motorcycle in the spring. This year's been quite an exception, but anyhow, so I could see it going to public. That's actually a good thing, because we can just put a fence up a little higher, tell my wife when she has too much to drink, just don't yell, this sort of thing. No problems. So
Hope she's not watching.
anyhow, I'm going to get in trouble now, but either way, let's move ahead with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Councillor Woodward.
Well, I appreciate the comic relief there, Councillor Davis. But I also appreciate the sentiment. I'm kind of where you are, and I'll explain why in terms of getting on with it here. I mean, I've lived in the area. Well, I actually know many of the neighbors there that feel affected. I know some of them personally. I've known them for a long time, and I sympathize. We see this once in a while where ALR residents who aren't necessarily farming. And even if they are, they're hobby farming, and then there's other uses around them that are legit farming uses that they don't like. We see that a lot, and I sympathize with those residents who have this lifestyle and in a neighborhood that has a character, and then the other neighbors have a farm business because they're farmers, and they pursue farm gate, which they're told to do, and it's unique and it's interesting. We have quite a few. Everything from Fraser Valley Cidery to Backyard to Domaine de Chabreton to Festina Lente, all with a range of hours, some of which are more in excess of this. You have something like Krause Berry Farm, which is fantastic for the Township of Langley, but it's basically like a city on there, and it doesn't seem to generate this kind of concern. So what I'm getting the sense of, again, is a bit of a sort of different approaches for different folks. And I don't like that. I don't think that's right. I receive the input from the residents there that feel affected, and I sympathize with them, and I see that there may be some ways around modifying the hours request, perhaps the days per week. Some businesses here on this list have greater hours and days than some others. There seems to be some inconsistency in the hours being requested and then awarded. What I see too is it's very concerning to me. That people have to be very concerned about what's going to happen to their business if they declare for council. That's what I see going on here, and I would be very, very concerned that what we are doing is creating a different set of rules for different applicants, and I'm very concerned by it. I think that there'd be another way to do that. Who's going to say no to more public hearing? But why would we want to force a proponent to mobilize a bunch of people to come in support of a business that is not unlike so many others in the Township of Langley that don't seem to have to go through this unique process? So I would look forward to some amendments, some other thoughts, maybe make this work today. I say get on with it. I think that we should be supportive of outdoor spaces. We should be supportive of farmers. We should be supportive of small businesses that are unique, that make the Township of Langley unique. And if we blamed business for the actions of patrons, with some perhaps having a motorcycle that's I don't like motorcycle noise, but if we were to blame business for the actions of patrons and the vehicles they drive, we'd be closing every business and every restaurant in the township. And so I, again, sympathize that nobody likes motorcycle noise, that some patrons are going to act poorly. And I think maybe 10 p.m. is something that could be looked at. But I think it's time to make a suggestion, modify the hours, and get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got Councillor Kunis next, but I stuck myself in the speaking list here. I just had a question, and I just want to clarify. So, because I've been there, there's a patio on the side of the main building that exists, and just to clarify, that was due to the COVID, the relaxation of outdoor patios during COVID, and that this request is really just making that a more permanent patio. Did I get that right?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Okay, so it already exists. It's there. It's gone through obviously a special, unique circumstance with COVID, and we did this with a lot of restaurants to assist them through a difficult time. So this isn't something new. I want to make it very clear, as has been mentioned, there are a variety of different facilities in the township that have different openings, different closing times, and different seating amounts. But I look at each one on its own merits. I don't rubber stamp one because I've seen other ones go through. Each one has to go on its own merits. I had an opportunity to have a little staycation last week, and Acting Mayor Davis helped me out and went to a lot of events and ended up in Pemberton and ended up driving down some country, a long country road to a place called Beer Farmers. And it's a farm that pivoted to a beer production. They grow the grain and they make the beer, and they had a huge patio out there, and people are really enjoying themselves. It was a great time. It was, partly sunny, partly rainy, a little bit of wind, but that's Pemberton. But it was fantastic, and I really support agritourism, and I think this is a way that farmers can pivot and they can make their farm viable. I know that one farm in Pemberton were potato growing, and they had huge problems with disease and that sort of thing, and they were able to keep the farm going by doing something like this, and it's quite within the Agricultural Land Commission. I support it. I think this is great. I think delaying it is going to hurt them. Summer is coming on. It's been a miserable spring already, if you don't like rain, and I'd like to see this go on. My suggestion was to give it a couple of weeks so we can read the submissions. I don't need to watch people parade up here again, tell us what they've already written us. I can read it. So if we need more time, take more time. Give it 2 weeks. At least they can get on with July. But this patio already exists. I'd be happy to approve it tonight. So those are my comments. Councillor Kunst.
I'm of the same thought. Before Councillor Woodward spoke, I actually was going to support this because it doesn't matter to me if someone's running for council or not. I think it's like any other establishment that I've supported in the past. They all come with letters from both sides. So I'm good to support this tonight without a public hearing, and just because they need that extra few weeks to make it viable. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, I've got people want to speak a second time, but I think I'll go to Councillor Richter if she wishes to make that motion, or I guess it would be would it be a deferral with public hearing?
In this case, it would be a referral, as we're asking for something else to happen.
Okay, so referral for the opportunity to have a public input opportunity. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'll make that motion, and I just want to get a point of clarification before I do from Mr. Backen. I was under the understanding that the COVID provisions are in place till the end of this summer for outdoor patios. So this would not affect their outdoor patio this summer.
I believe they are still in effect, but I believe part of their application was for a slight expansion. Mr. Richardson, was there an expansion, or am I mistaken, of the deck?
Thank you, Mr. Backen. Not an expansion in the area. So they want they have an existing approval and operation for 7 indoor lounge, 7 patio. So they're adding the 36 permanent, proposing the 36 permanent outdoor area as part of the subject application with the same area that's currently being used for that purpose.
Yeah, that's helpful.
And sorry, as clarification as well, as Mr. Backen mentioned, those temporary measures have been extended by the branch.
Yeah, so they're in place for this summer season anyway. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the referral for a public input opportunity.
Okay. A second by Councillor Arneson, moved by Councillor Richter. Okay, so on that, there's a speakers list here. I think everyone's had a good say, but Councillor Kunst.
Oh, no.
Okay, Councillor Richter spoke. Councillor Long on the referral.
Yeah, well, I wanted some clarification, regardless of this, because there's been all this talk about motorcycles. I think there was only one letter about motorcycles, so that doesn't bother me. But this list that was distributed around talks about wineries. How many hard liquor places are there? So this is a bit unique in that the alcohol that's being consumed is a different caliber than wine. So anyway, I just support the concept of going to public hearing with more issues that come before councils. That's why I'm supporting going to public hearing. And I'm glad that there's been clarification that this will not affect the operators' ability to get through the summer. But there are some concerns in these letters that we're getting on how the operation is being handled, because it seems that it's more than a tasting room. You're supposed to, the concept, I believe, is you taste the product and you buy a bottle and take it home. Now in wineries, you can buy a bottle and sit down and drink it with 2 or 3 friends. I don't think that's the case with vodka. So there's a few questions that I have in that regard, but there's nothing wrong with more public input, right? So I'll support that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on the referral. All those in favor and opposed? So I've got Mayor Froese, Councillor Kunst, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Whitmarsh. So the referral fails. So I'll call the question on the main motion. All those in favor?
No. Just a minute. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. You have another.
Yeah, so Your Worship, this is important. No one seems to be worried that they're serving vodka rather than wine. So can staff, I don't know if they have the expertise to tell us, do people actually grab a bottle of vodka and sit there and drink it and then get on the motorbike, or get up and then leave the neighborhood?
I know I've been there and I've been able to have a drink. It is operating like a winery or an on-farm winery, an on-farm beer.
Your Worship.
Anyway, let's see what kind of modifications might be made to the hours in operation.
Okay, so Mr. Backen, maybe you can
Just briefly, Your Worship, it was just to add that as far as we know, it's operating within the requirements of the BC Liquor Branch and other provincial rules and statutes. We haven't heard of anything direct. So of course that affects the amount of alcohol that can be consumed on site and the taking of open bottles home.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think, I was reading some of the submissions from the public. It was important to me to at least have a conversation at council table about these hours. Like, so, do we need to see 10 p.m. on Sunday night, for example? Would 9 p.m. be acceptable? So rather than, me try to guess at the proponents, I mean, we could look at some of those hours reductions. I look at some of the others on the list. But we have some, such as one winery here, has until 12 a.m. every day. We have another that has 9 p.m. on Wednesday, but only 7 p.m. on Saturday. Then another one is only till 6 p.m. every day, and then another one till 10 p.m. Every day. And so I'm not going to propose an hours change, but I think this is raising the issue that I would like to see. I'm not sure it can be solved on one applicant's submission, but I would like to see some consistency start to be brought to bear on these hours, so that, some have midnight every day and others are perhaps being amended downward. So it might be even interesting to potentially consider hearing from the proponents whether these hours are something they need. But I do think that it's hard for me to say that we're going to amend these hours, but then others have until 12 a.m. daily. And I think that, again, we're experiencing a challenge here where we don't have a consistent approach to endorsing people's hours requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's on the individual proponent that puts their hours on there. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, places have different set hours for their facilities, but I do think it's a little bit of a case by case. Facilities are different. They are located in different ways. They might not have residential that's really close to them. So I guess I'm okay with the ambiguity of having some slightly different hours for different facilities and treat it one at a time. In terms of the hours that are in this application, I would, I guess the only alteration I would suggest, as Councillor Woodward suggests, is maybe look at Sunday night and maybe adjust that. To me, it's similar to a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. It's the night before a lot of people work, which is Monday morning. So I would suggest that Sunday just be the 12 to 8, but like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But other than that, I mean, the hours aren't the issue for me. And I guess I would be interested in having staff continue to work with ways to try and eliminate some of the noise that could happen. Is there some kind of a little bit higher wall that could build around the patio on one side, or some hedging, or some things that could help to eliminate sound and noise getting across the street, across 240th? Those kind of things. And I know we've done that with other applications. We did require different kinds of sound attenuation plan. There was one I remember used to have a bell they used to ring, and we asked them not to ring the bell after certain hours. So there's some things that we've done along the way to attenuate noise, and I think we could probably do something here with maybe a nice hedge along there that would block out some noise, or something that would help. But for me, the hours, I think just a slight adjustment to Sunday night. Otherwise, I'm good to go.
Thank you. It is past my bedtime, so just council's aware of that. Councilor Arneson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, not to be facetious, but if we're talking Moscow mules, that's a real conversation now. So if you've got artisanal vodka there, all bets are off. I just want to seriously say that I think tonight is not an appropriate time for us to start figuring out what their hours of operation should be. And I say that from a pragmatic point of view, because in fact, I think it's really up to the business owners to decide when they have staff available, how much, time they have allotted. A lot of people have difficulty getting staff, and, Sunday night, should it be 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock? Well, who am I to say? Does it really make that much difference in the bigger scheme of things? Maybe their whole business plan is predicated on having somebody work a certain amount of hours, and they have to have a shift which requires that, or else, it's not going to be feasible. So I don't think tonight is the night that we should be making those kind of decisions. I'm resonating with what Councillor Whitmarsh is saying, because I do recall those instances where people had problems and we decided to be more proactive and said things like, you need to, put up some kind of sound attenuation. But I really, I'm struggling with the fact that if we're going to do this tonight, I'm just going to vote no, because I cannot support this the way that it is. And even if you tweak the hours, I don't think that that's fair to anybody. So I don't think it's fair to the local residents, and I don't think it's fair to the business owner. So I just look at this and say, I would have preferred, but lost the vote, to have more public input. And that would also give us some more time to consider, because what are we going to recommend now? 6-foot walls, or are we going to have a certain density of foliage there? I just don't think it's very practical at this point to do that. So if we're going in that direction, I won't be able to be headed the same way.
Okay, thank you. All right, I've gone through the speaker list. Councilor Woodward, your hand is up. If you wish to make a motion, that's fine, but if you want to speak to it, then I have to cut it off. Okay, so Councilor Woodward, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll speak to it, but I would like to make an amendment to reduce Sunday evening from 10 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, is there a seconder? Second by Councilor Ferguson, and now you want to
I'll
speak
to that very briefly. Yeah, so I think that, I can see the logic around many of the residents that did reach out, I think 3 or 4, very considered, reasonable requests around noise and activity. And I think it's reasonable to reduce that 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. on a Sunday. I also had one other question, though, maybe through to staff. Do we have the authority to head down the road of dictating form and character of the patio installation for specific outcomes like reduced noise and things like that?
Back in there, Mr. Richardson.
Your Worship, this is actually a request for an endorsement for the liquor license change, so we can make requests, but I don't believe we have the authority to actually require anything specific unless it's as part of a building permit. Mr. Richardson?
I concur with Mr. Backen.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So that's why I think I'll head in the direction of maximizing, or at least asking council to consider maximizing Sunday evening and go from there. I think that it would be great to communicate directly with the owner, any members of council or residents in the area to request that efforts are made to make reductions in that regard, and I think those would be well received. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter, on the amendment?
It was more a question of clarification. The letters that came in that expressed concerns from immediate neighbors, are those letters available to the proponent to see what the areas of concern are?
Ms. Bauer?
Yes, as there are public submission, they are available to the proponent. They would be redacted for contact information, but
Yeah.
it would be releasable.
Okay, well, I would hope that the proponent makes the effort to read the letters and see what the concerns are. Maybe the proponent can do something about them then. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Arneson's opposed on the amendment to change the hours. That carries. Are you in favor? Yeah. Okay, so on the main motion as amended, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Arneson is opposed. It carries. Thank you. We move on to bylaws for first and second reading. We got F1 is rezoning application number 100585 and development permit applications number 101263. Coastland Engineering, bylaw 5788. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis moves it. Councillor Kuhn seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. Carries. Go to bylaws for consideration at third reading. Rezoning application number 100646, Coastland Engineering, bylaw 5784. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis moves it. Councillor Ferguson seconds. Call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. It carries. H2 is rezoning application number 100670. This is Hauser Coastland Engineering, bylaw 5785. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Ferguson and a second. Councillor Davis. Got the bookends here moving, and I like that. It gets my head on a swivel. All right. Don't see any discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed, and it carries. Thank you. Where are we now? Bylaws for third reading. H3. Rezoning application number 100553 and development permit application number 101048, Isle of Man Property Group, bylaw number 5783. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Davis. Call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter opposed. Carries. Go to bylaws for final adoption. I1 is Drainage and Sanitary Development Works Agreement Bylaws, Qualico Developments, bylaw 5763 and 5764. Councillor Kuntz moves it. Seconder. Is there, Councillor Whitmarsh. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Woodward, Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. It carries. I2 is Highway Closure and Dedication Removal, Township, Fort Block, bylaw 5558 and 5597. Could I have a motion? Councillor Arneson moves it. Councillor Davis seconds it. All those in favor and opposed? Okay, we got Councillor Davis, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Richter, Councillor Woodward opposed. It carries. Move on to I3, Development Cost Charge Bylaw Amendment, bylaw 5770. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Kuntz, second by Councillor Arneson. Call the question. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. We have one piece of correspondence to receive. Motion to receive, J1, National Consent Awareness Night. Councillor Davis moves it. Councillor Ferguson seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Minutes of committees. K1 is Tree Protection Advisory Committee and the Agriculture Advisory Economic Enhancement Committee. Could I have a motion to receive? Councillor Davis, seconder.
Whitmarsh.
Councillor Whitmarsh. All those in Councillor Long.
Just before we get to their motion, I'm just curious if those that were attending this, we're on the tree protection one, right?
Yeah, we're on both. Agriculture Advisory.
Okay, well, I got a question about H1 in there is about the Horn Pit discussion. So I know there's a motion coming, but so I can wait till then. Maybe we should pass them. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, I'll call the question on the minutes. K1, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And
so my question is about this Horn Pit discussion.
Hold on, Councillor Long. We have K2, and it's a Tree Protection Advisory Committee recommended motion is to direct staff to organize a Horn Pit for council. So I'd like to get this on the table first.
Well, Your Worship, that's just it. I was trying not to. I was going to ask a question before it came on the table, because it's coming from the minutes.
Sure, go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, because there's no explanation in the minutes on why they would like to have this tour. That's all.
Okay, so we'll get the motion on the floor, and then questions, and then we'll go from that. So can I have a mover? Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor, sorry, was that Councillor Davis? Second? Okay, so staff, Mr. Backen, if or whoever can respond to the question on, I guess, the why fors and wherefores and discussion regarding this tour. And this tour is a site visit. I mean, it has to be organized. It could be now, it could be later. But Mr. Backen, maybe you want to speak to it.
I'm not sure if the staff that were at the meeting are here. Mr. Richardson?
Mr. Backen, I believe Mr. Chu can provide some information.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Chu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. The Tree Protection Advisory Committee discussed the topic of Horn Pit in relation to tree protection and protection of aquatic environments, simply because part of the site it's quite close to the Little Campbell River. A small section of the river actually borders on the west side of the Horn Pit property. And the topic came up as a result of the discussions, both in the last meeting and the second last meeting of the committee. And as a result of that, the committee decided to put forward a recommended motion to have a tour of this significant municipal property, so that both council and committee members can get a better appreciation of the ecological values of the subject site.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. So, okay, I'm going to call the question on the tour. All those in favor and opposed? No motorcycles. Carries unanimously. K3, Tree Protection Advisory Committee recommended motion that fund the development of a biodiversity strategy. So moved by Councillor Arneson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kunst seconds it. I have a question. This biodiversity strategy, okay, we're going to fund it, but I'm not even clear on what we're looking at. So maybe, I don't know, for referral to staff to get some background, or if staff could give me some information now. Because obviously they had a good discussion, but we haven't. So at least I don't recall it.
Thank you for the question again. The biodiversity strategy has been a recommended action under the Community Forest Management Strategy, as well as the Climate Action Strategy. And the TPAC committee felt that because of the endorsement or the recommended action within the two strategies, it is very important for the township to proceed with the work as soon as possible. And this particular item has been in front of council as part of the budget discussions, but the item did not make it to the cut per se. And that's why the committee recommended council to move ahead with the work as soon as possible.
Okay, so one option would be to refer it to the budget process so it gets to the top. Okay, thank you. Councillor Arneson. Patience.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Worship. I just want to say that I want to thank Mr. Chu for explaining the rationale behind this. I know that sometimes when people are on committees and different discussions happen, we tend to lose track a little bit of some of the threads and things that are interwoven into many of our policies. So the climate action strategy also, and our community forest management strategy is also, I believe, why it's really critical. I support the idea of it going forward in 2023 as a budget priority. But if I could be indulged, I'd like to ask Mr. Chu a question arising from all of the minutes. It's a procedural question that I asked in the past about how council will eventually be able to receive this information in a manner in which we can vote on the recommendations through a staff report.
Not sure. I think this is the process, but Mr. Backen or Mr. Chu?
No.
Well, the process would be the committee would make a recommendation to council, and then council can discuss and get more information, do all kinds of things. It's
That's correct, Your Worship, but I'm not sure that's the question.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe Mr. Chu can illuminate.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you for the question. I believe the TPAC committee was tasked to work on 3 significant projects. One is the tree protection bylaw, and the second is the community forest management strategy, and then thirdly is to provide comments and feedback on policy provisions in the 3 draft neighborhood plans in Brookswood, Fernridge. For the first 2 projects, they were quite focused and quite technical, and the advice of the committee members were taken into consideration, and most of the recommendations went straight into the bylaw and the strategy right away. And for the latest assignment, the recommendations were taken by staff as advice, and simply because of the nature of the neighborhood plans, we try to do integrated planning. So the tree aspect is one of the many considerations that we have in these neighborhood plans. So it would take a little bit of time for us to consider the recommendations from the committee, and we will be bringing forward a staff report together with the other consideration, other feedback that we get from the community, including the community that we've heard from today, some of the developers, and some other stakeholders. So we're working on a report towards hopefully July, and the information will be coming back to council.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to, thank the committee for bringing that forward. I think is valuable. I think that clears up a couple of questions about it, so I appreciate that. And I would certainly support strong consideration of it once I get some more information. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Referral of this to the budget process as a priority item.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Yes. Councillor Arneson seconds it.
And I think we need to look at this as a priority item because I'm assuming that the Brookswood neighborhood plans will be in front of council in the not too distant future, and we need to be aware of the importance of biodiversity in this community. We've had several delegations today which basically says biodiversity is not as important as affordable housing. I disagree. I think it is as affordable or as important, and that's why I think it needs to go the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question on the referral. All those in favor and opposed? Carries unanimously. All right, move to the highlight of the night, Mayor's Council report. Everybody left. I got to do this at the beginning of the meeting when I have an audience. See, they're already leaving. Staff are leaving, see? All right, escape while you can. I know they all leave. This will be forwarded to the senior management team tomorrow for distribution to everybody to read and provide a report on.
Your Worship, if you give us a moment, we're just going to leave for a second.
Leaving too. Yeah. The one employee that we have is most difficult. That the council can't even control, Mr. Backen. Good afternoon. I only got a few meetings left. I can start, freewheeling here. Oh yeah, 3.5. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here. A few events took place on May 31st. First of all, I want to say I took a little staycation in British Columbia, and Acting Mayor Davis, he got a good taste of the mayor's busy life, so thank you very much for taking over. I know members of council were filling in all over the community, so thank you very much. I co-chaired the Langley, and thanks to Zoom. Actually, I was in person at this one, but some other stuff was on Zoom. Thanks to that, you can get away. I co-chaired the Langley Healthier Community Partnership meeting, where we received a poverty reduction strategy update and discussed BC 211 and received a presentation regarding the situation table, which is a table that some communities have where first responders, others that are dealing with mental health can sit down and discuss individuals and trying to intervene at an appropriate time. Langley doesn't have one yet, and we've had some presentations at council in the past. I think we're working towards it coming out of COVID to get a table like that. The public was able to engage with staff and provide the input at the Surrey Langley Skytrain project at their open house on May 31st, which was in the city of Langley, and was very good to see. And we also had the presentation today from BC, the BC organization, BCI, right? No, BC Transportation. I forget what they call now. I have to look at it. Anyways, the arm of the province that's delivering the project. Councillor Long attended the FCM conference in Regina from June 2nd to 5th. On June 4th, Acting Mayor Davis participated in the Langley Agriculture Roundtable and panel event hosted by our MLA Megan Dykeman, which Minister Popham participated. Minister Popham is the Minister of Agriculture. It was a great open discussion about what's happening in Langley agriculture and what supports are needed. After the roundtable, Councillors Arneson and Whitmarsh attended the Future of Farming in Langley public meeting and agreed with Minister Popham, MLA Dykeman, and other community agriculture resources. On June the 5th, Acting Mayor Davis and Councillors Arneson and Whitmarsh attended the SEMAS Stroll, a walkathon to support Foundry Langley. SEMAS Stroll is part of the larger SEMAS G Legacy Project, which was started after SEMA's unexpected passing in 2019, as a way to honor his memory and help others, the goal of which is to help youth and families in the community, and it's a really great cause, so thank you for attending. To celebrate Seniors Week, Councillors Arneson and Ferguson attended the Seniors Week social at the Langley Senior Resource Society on June the 6th. Also on June the 6th, Acting Mayor Davis spoke with and Councillor Arneson attended the Langley Community Services Society's 50th anniversary and AGM. LCSS is an integral part of our community, and we congratulate them on their milestone anniversary and thank them for the hard work and dedication to our residents. Councillor Woodward was there, and Whitmarsh, okay. Okay, Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Arneson, and Acting Mayor Davis. Thank you. On June 8th, councillors attended a few events. First, Acting Mayor David Davis and Councillors Arneson, Whitmarsh, and Woodward attended the 2022 Farm Tour hosted by the Township's Agriculture Advisory and Economic Enhancement Committee. The walking tour featured the Langley Environmental Partners Society and the Langley Secondary School's Learning Farm, Demonstration Gardens, Langley Sustainable Agriculture Foundation's Food Forest, the Arboretum, and the Botanical Society of Langley Dyer's Garden, and the Langley Community Farmers Market. Looks like a great day. No rain. You got no rain? It was perfect. Second, after 2 long years of no ceremonies, our young adults finally got to celebrate the scholastic achievement. On June 8th, Councillor Arneson attended the D.W. Poppy's Scholarship Tea at the Langley Golf and Banquet Centre. Congratulations to those who received a scholarship and to everyone graduating. And third, Councillor Ferguson attended the Espressivo, oh, there it is, Summer Pops presented by D.W. Poppy. From Cole Porter to Coldplay, Bluegrass to Bon Jovi, and Avengers to Led Zeppelin, there was something for everyone. On June 10th, Acting Mayor Davis and Councillors Arneson, Kuntz, and Whitmarsh met with Mayor Soon-Ji Kim and other delegates from Gap-Young County to wish Mayor Kim well. And this is his last term in office. Mayor Kim played an integral part in bringing the Gap-Young Stone to the township's Derrick Doubleday Arboretum. We're honored that the Gap-Young County chose to commemorate Canada's contribution in the Korean War with this poignant memorial, and we appreciate Mayor Kim's and the Gap-Young Stone Committee's efforts to bring it here in our community. Acting Mayor Davis attended and spoke at the Aldergrove Sea Monkeys Swim Club inaugural swim meet on June 11th, as well as the Langley Elks Lodge annual conference. And finally, Councillor Arneson would like to speak about a water conservation solution she learned about at the Canadian Water Summit.
No, that's Councillor Richter.
What did I say? Oh, Councillor Richter. Oh, Councillor Arneson.
We're not interchanging.
I don't know why. It says Richter. I'm reading too fast. You were at the Canadian Water Summit in Niagara Falls. A lot of water there, I'm sure, which you attended June 1 to June 3rd. So I'll turn it over to you. Oh, and you got those. I saw those. We had the sales guy come to a Metro Water Committee years ago with those. But yeah, that's right.
First of all, I go to this Canadian Water Summit because it's a very holistic approach to water management, right through from watersheds to septic and sewage disposal and so on. But they also have a trade show, and every once in a while you go to these trade shows and there's this little piece of genius that just jumps out. So this is the shower pot. It was created in Burnaby. It's a company in Burnaby that makes them. And the purpose of the shower pot, you can see in the first picture there, is in the morning before you get in the shower, I usually do, and I'm sure a lot of people do, you turn the water on and you let the water run till it gets to the right temperature. But what's actually happening is the water that's running is treated drinkable water that's going back down the drain into the sewage system. So the lady at the booth said, this particular gadget here, if you put it in your shower, you can fill it up and then use it to make your morning coffee. You can use it to water your plants because you're recycling. Yeah. And so, Mayor Froese, you're on Metro Water, as am I, and we're constantly talking about water conservation. This little gadget here would be invaluable for keeping water costs down in the township. So I brought them home in my luggage all the way to give to staff, to ask if staff could please look into the possibility of, like we did years ago with water barrels, maybe making these available to people who are on the water system in the township in order to encourage them to conserve water.
Idea.
So that's my pitch, and like I say, it's brilliant. And you can see, he said if you're going to distribute them, you can just hang them on the garbage day in the racks of the garbage bins. So everyone in those areas. So maybe we should pick a pilot test area like Murrayville or Brooks. Well, Brookswood, no, that's mixed water still, but Willoughby areas. Anyhow, I brought that back, and thank you for letting me share that idea.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate that. It's always, you always get an idea when you go to a conference.
Oh yeah, and it's so simple. Like who would thunk it? And it's a Burnaby company, which is even better.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson.
Wonder if we can use that. I'm on the Metro Liquid Waste Committee. Use that in our toilets as well, but I won't go down that road.
That reminds me that the difference in the two pots, like this clear or this beige pot, is made out of brand new materials. The green pots are made out of recycle bins, which right now apparently, when we destroy them, we burn them. So why not make? Yeah. So you can use this to water your garden outside too.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Well, yeah, I just kind of wondering, you know, at the last Liquid Waste Committee, I asked, I want to educate the public again, is that how many people know that bugs eat the raw sewage that comes into our sewage treatment plant, so it comes out less, almost clear, and it's a scientific, and that's what secondary treatment is. Okay, so that's a little bit. Mr. Mayor, I was at the Chamber Golf Course as well as I thought Councillor Kuntz there and Councillor Whitmarsh, you know, and I was very impressed because they had every hole had something, including that turkey organization in Aldergrove. Everybody was promoting their products, and I know that many of the organizations within the chamber, they also support groups and organization, kids programs, seniors groups and everything, so it's always impressed. So we got soaked, but it was a great event. I was also at the Relay for Life, the Canadian Cancer Society, and one of our residents, Carrie Meadows, she won an award for a category for raising the most money in Canada for her endeavors. I think everybody knows her as well. And back to liquid waste, they are now going into the river, drilling the tunnel for the liquid waste sewage treatment plant that's going to be connecting our friends Maple Ridge, Pitt Meadows, and one of the other communities for the two underneath the river for a pipe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Whoops, thank you, Worship. I just want to report, I was at the Metro Climate Action Committee on June 10th, and so on behalf of the township, I put a motion forward that was unanimously endorsed. The purpose of the motion was to generate a framework so that the sustainability innovation funds that are made available to the Climate Action Committee and then can be subsequently supported by Metro Vancouver. So it's for the purpose of supporting a natural assets management framework. So that would be both for our parks as well as for other natural environmental areas that we have a lot of in the township of Langley. So I'm optimistic optimistic when that comes forward at the end of this year that there might be some funding available for the township to do that kind of natural asset modeling to get an idea of the economics of our environment. And next week I'll be attending the annual FVRL Regional Library Board Retreat in Abbotsford. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move on to, anyone was pulled from the agenda, so move on to other business. I presented a notice of motion. It's on the agenda. What I'll do is I'll move it and then I'll speak to it. So I'll move the recommendation or the notice of motion on at P1, Council Remuneration and Indemnities Task Force. Is there a second? Councillor Davis seconds it. So just a little background, sitting in my office, wondering what to do next. It occurred to me that way back in 2011, got elected on council, and immediately on December the 1st, we all received a raise. Except it wasn't a raise because I'd never been on council before, but it raised a lot of interest in the community, and it was the process of the day was to every term look at remuneration and then adjust it. So of course it was a larger adjustment than an annual one. So council at that time decided to strike a task force to come up with a process that would be appropriate, and the task force went out as independent task force, and they council did appoint them, and they came back with some recommendations. For the most part, council accepted, and we've been under that all the way along. And it occurred to me that I knew there was a point in time that it was very important to me that this get reviewed, because I think these sorts of things are good, but they need to be reviewed over time. So I looked at the report and I found that it was 2023 that this should be reviewed. So this motion does speak to council striking the Independent Citizen Committee. I think it'd be more appropriate that that happens in the fall. I didn't put a timeline on this. I don't think there's time in this term for this council to go through it, but I wanted to ensure that and I can't, obviously this council can't fetter future council's decisions, but it's just to ensure that they're aware of this, and that perhaps it's after 10 years, it's time to take another look at the remuneration process and come back to the next year's council with some recommendations. So that is why I put it on the table. Now I'll turn it over to questions. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I also, in 2011, we all did, started at a set. Shortly after that, we got a raise. And then when this came in, I have had 3 raises. I don't know if I'm worthy or not. But I know that I talked to Eddie Mufford and they would have said no. But I think that what's important here is this motion takes it away from the council table. So I everything in here is, I've checked, it looks really good to me. I'm going to support it because it takes it away from the decision of the council. I don't know if there's any other way, but I know this is how we ended up with it 10 years ago, and I think that this is probably the way. Now, the next council, we can't feather their, but at least if this gets in, this will come out after the election, and then they'll be aware that it's been 10 or 11 or 10, it's been a little while, and now they need to go through this process again. And I just don't know any other way to keep it transparent. I think this is a good, so I'm going to support. I am going to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Ms. Bauer, I didn't put a timeline in this, but I'm assuming there's not enough time in our council calendar to do this, so I'm assuming it goes into the next council's
I don't
calendar.
think we could secure
Right.
individuals. They could study it and come back before our last meeting in July.
And that's what I thought, so I didn't know. I don't think we need a timeline on it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Richter?
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the sentiment behind why you're doing this, but I really can't support this because I just think the timing now is wrong. We're coming back out of COVID. We're dealing with inflation rates now that we haven't seen for years, decades. We're dealing with increasing interest rates. We're dealing with people, I think, in our community who have too much financial uncertainty ahead of them because of what's happening on the global stage with shortages and cost increases and everything else. I think we're very adequately compensated right now. I don't think we need a raise, and I don't think this council should be even contemplating it. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. This isn't looking for a raise. This is just looking at a review of the process, but just to be clear. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I think the lack of some definitivity, so I had a couple concerns about this, which maybe can be addressed, because the way the motion is worded, it strikes an independent citizens committee, and it goes and does this work. So, when it would come back was of sort of little concern to me, but it would be this council doing it. And I think that was my concern, right? Because this says here, to be resolved, council strike an independent citizens committee to do X amount of work. So it would be this council doing it. I didn't view it as a big priority. I also read the details here regarding the rationale, where it said to be done in 2023 or thereafter. And so I was kind of focused on the thereafter portion. Yeah. And so I'm going to end on a positive note. I actually think that when this was dealt with in your first term, Mr. Mayor, it was handled perfectly. It was well executed, and I kind of saw the issue come off the table, sort of, especially with the first issue of item number 1, where it's indexed to other senior levels of government. Let them raise those salaries and then have this happen here automatically. It's not something we would ever look at again. I'm kind of happy with the way it's set up. Don't see a priority. I think that I'll focus on the 2023 or thereafter. I also, this council to strike a committee to do this, I don't think is really something. I would prefer let the next council strike that, just like you did early on in your first term, rather than say at the end of the previous term. So I think this is something that can be deferred to the next council's maybe first strategic planning process. I might consider a referral to that, but I appreciate you raising it. Appreciate the fact that this was handled very well a decade ago. I think it's working well. I also didn't see the need to review something that I think is working well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and totally understand what you're saying. That's why I said council, not this council. It's council. But that's why I asked Ms. Bauer those clarifications. But I think it would be very clear if after we've gone through the speakers list, if you wish to make a deferral to exactly as you said, that's really was my intent. It wasn't, and it might be a council says no, we don't need it. It's not looking for a raise. It's just a review. That's all. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see this as a request for a raise of any type. I think it's just to review a process, and while we might be happy with it, and I certainly have had no complaints at all. It's still good to review things. This is every decade, roughly. It's suggesting roughly 10 years after put in place that there'd be a review, just to make sure the process is good, that it's the right process, and so on. So I'm not, I'm not opposed to the idea of it. I think it could be certainly moved to the next council. I just had a question, though, through your worship, maybe to staff. Maybe they could help with this. But assuming, let's make an assumption that the next council does bring this forward, and then the independent task force goes on, does its work, and comes back with recommendations. It might have a recommendation to keep everything exactly the same. It might change it. It might lower our salaries. Who knows what it might recommend? When would those the recommendations come in effect? It seems to me that they probably would not come in effect until 2026 anyways. And so any decision that's made by the council wouldn't impact that particular group of councillors, that we would wait until the 2026, the following election, before it actually took effect. Is that a fair assumption, or am I off base on my assumption here?
Mr. Backen?
Your Worship, it would be the decision of the council in 2023, but our past practice has been outlined. It's that the council in 2023 would not be providing itself with any increase or change to the process. It would be applicable to the 2026 council. So it's ultimately the decision of the council to say that they want to do that. They could instead, I suppose, simply say they're prepared to make a change in 2023 and enact it.
Okay, so that would be a decision of council, how we want to handle that.
Thank you, Councillor Arneson.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yep, Councilor Arnson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's good, mostly for the sense of a housekeeping procedure, because now that we're talking about the timeline, it seems if we don't initiate something relatively soon, we're just going to keep putting it off into the far distant future. So I don't have any particular concerns regarding the process to date and the fairness of the remuneration, but I also think it's appropriate that we don't create this artificial sticker shock at some point in which you're allowing things to go too far along the line and say, oh, well, we need to look at this now, and it's really kind of out of whack, and then, you know, you might have to consider a larger increase than people would like to see. So the sticker shock aspect, I think, can be remedied by just doing this on a regular basis, which is why I approve of the 10-year time frame. So, Mayor Frost, thank you for bringing this forward. I'm going to support this because I think you know, it's fair. I don't want to get into the details of the job that we do, but the job is not becoming any easier. And everybody that suffers as a result, as we all do, of increasing costs, we're, you know, all in it together in some ways. So I feel like, you know, let's not inappropriately repress our own, you know, standard of living by marginalizing ourselves financially, if that's what it looks like. So I don't know, or we could actually be finding out we've been overpaying ourselves. We need to take a pay reduction. So I'm willing to take that chance, but happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ferguson.
Certainly there's been some interesting discussion on this. I think that Councilor Richter brought up a good point about, you know, the public challenged by a number of things. I like that. I love that background music. I start singing. I think that if I may, I do actually have a question, if I may, through the chair, Mr. Back. If we were to do nothing right now, the system in place would give us a gradual increase, if I may. Is that not correct?
That's correct. As a very gross simplification, what takes place is there's a number of comparators. We sample those comparators. It goes through a formula, and the formula results in a number that we take a percentage of and apply both to council and then to the mayor's salary. So it's automatic. If this were to be deferred, we would look for the new council then to provide some direction, and if it were not to be deferred, then it would likely just pop up in the work program sometime in 2023 or on its 10th anniversary, and then we'd have to determine the process.
That's kind of like what I thought. Thank you, Mr. Beck, and that's what I kind of thought. There's no ticker shock here. I think a lot of us received remuneration from, and I know I'm looking around this table, many of us donate a lot of money to charity for some of the money that comes in, and the nonprofits and charity, and do an awful lot of that goes into the community as well. If there was a reduction in pay, that would be fine with me as well. So I think that we serve. That's what we do. We serve the public. I certainly never ever put my name forward for a. I actually didn't realize you got paid when I first got elected, but I think that Councillor Davis thought the same way. But you know, we serve because for a number of different reasons, but most of us serve here not for the money. I did want to comment before the phone rang, that I was surprised by other communities. I won't mention them. That the minute there was a change in the taxation, there were some large increases from surrounding municipalities regarding remuneration. The township didn't jump on that bandwagon, so I was happy to hear that. But I have been somewhat happy with it. It's been a fair process that we've had over the last many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to make that referral motion, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to refer your notice of motion to the first strategic planning session of the new council in 2022 or 2023.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so I'd like to speak to that a bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, I think that I'm pretty focused on the number 6 there, on the recommendations from 2012. this process and/or formula for determining mayor and council recommendation be reviewed by an independent task force in 2023. So not before 2023, not struck in 2022. But this is something I think that the next council can look at to do in 2023. It can make the decision to do that. I don't want to be doing that. I'm not doing that. I've never known a politician's salary to go down. So it's pretty obvious that it's for a raise. And I think, let the next council do that. I'm not gonna strike a task force to give politicians raises. If others want to do that, that's great. But like I said before, I've never known a politician's salary to go down. And it's pretty clear that maybe there's a review needed, cost of living and things like that. But I think that's going to automatically happen because the process that Mayor Frost completed with that council in that year solved that with number one. So as provincial government and other comparators raise their compensation, that'll automatically happen here. So I don't see the need to review something that I think is working great, but the next council can make that decision. Right. Mayor Frost has put it on their radar as an item that they may need to consider. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you very much. Totally agree, and that was my intention. One thing I was contemplated, and I support the deferral, is that I'm not running again. I've made that clear. So there's nothing in it for me. I'm not looking at it at a and I'm saying we should get a raise. I think the system has worked well. It's just, I think somebody mentioned housekeeping. Let's make sure that the process is still working.
Don't like that at all.
That there may be other things that next council wants to have reviewed as part of this, but that's up to them. I just wanted to ensure that this was a good process. We really supported it last time, and let's just ensure it still stands the test of time. So thank you very much. I'll call the question on the referral. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Richter opposed, and it carries. Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh, you have a notice of motion.
Great, thank you.
There you are.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I don't think I need to read it. I'm happy to move the motion as stated there.
Moved by Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Kunst. Did you wish to
So maybe I'll just speak to it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this motion is brought forward because as we contemplate, we've had a number of discussions over the last few months around fire service in our community and what we could be doing and so on. We've approved as a council a study of feasibility study that would include 3 fire halls. And some further discussions around what happens with the fire service in our community. And so, I think it's important for us to recognize that we've had considerable growth over the last little while. We think of Willoughby, since Willoughby was staffed full-time as a fire hall, the population in Langley has grown by about 35,000, with the majority of those people being in the Willoughby area. And we continue to operate a fire service, the same one fire truck apparatus that we have there. And then to deal with Brookswood as a specific area, Brookswood is also growing. Certainly we have a official community plan that was passed by this council in 2017, but we have neighborhood plans that we know may or may not come right away. We don't know. They're getting, shortly they'll be here for council. And so we do have neighborhood plans, but outside of those neighborhood plans, even if we don't look at those neighborhood plans at this time, we do have a number of properties that were sort of grandfathered and development has already started to happen in those properties. And so the area of Brookswood is growing, and it has, Brookswood's a large geographical area. It is serviced right now by paid-on-call firefighters with some help coming from Willoughby, from Murrayville, and the response times are a little bit longer to get to Brookswood and to deal with those areas. Paid on call, we certainly appreciate all the work they do and the help, but it is different than having a full paid on call, full time staffed hall. And so I think we need to start thinking about what we do around staffing and moving forward on some plans for Brookswood and for the biggest growth area, which is Willoughby. And so this motion is asking for a report. It's not saying that we approve of it as a council. It's asking for a report from staff to look at what the cost would be for us to add additional first responder apparatus fully staffed in Willoughby Fire Hall 4, and also to look at fully staffing Brooks and Fernage Fire Hall. And the report will look at timing, it'll look at cost, it'll look at other considerations that we must look at, including some of the information that might come through knowledge of our fire halls. And so I have also suggested here that the report, they could begin working on it, but it would not come to council until after the next election, because it is a big item and it would be a big item to consider. And so the next council would be able to discuss that item, but the report would be available with information, and then council can make a decision if they'd like to proceed or not. And so this is the motion, I think, is a great step forward, but certainly is not committing us to anything other than getting information. And
Thank you.
There.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
This motion, because it presupposes what the next council will want in terms of fire protection in this community. I don't think that is this council's purview. So I'm not supporting this motion, and let this be addressed by the political exercise that the community will go through this fall. They're the ones who should decide on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks. So I had a couple of questions through to staff, if I may, Mr. Mayor, before commenting. If I may, Mr. Backen, the average full-service fire hall requires approximately 20 suppression firefighters, is that correct?
Correct, 16 to 20.
16 to 20 to maintain the full 4 crew, depending on seniority, vacation time, leave, and so on. So I think number one, and the average total burden of the average suppression firefighter is approximately 120, I believe, 115, somewhere around there. Yeah, okay, so somewhere around there, so I wasn't too far off. So I think I just did the staff report. I can do 125 times 20. So I think that's, anybody could have done that with a phone call. So I think the other challenge I have with this is that number one presupposes a renovation of Hall 4. Is that correct, Mr. Backen? In order for us to put a second crew into Hall 4, it would require crew quarter renovations and other modifications. Is that correct? That's correct. So maybe the mover didn't know that. So Hall 4 requires, I think, substantial potential commitment and renovation of Hall 4 versus potentially other proposals to expand fire service to Willoughby. Number two, Hall 5, I'm assuming, but I don't know for sure because I don't really support staffing Hall 5 as it exists today. I think I've been pretty clear about my interest in replacing Hall 5, and actually recall a few months ago it was actually quite the challenge to get 5 votes for a feasibility of Hall 5, and here all of a sudden Hall 5 is a priority. So I think what I would want to confirm, though, with that report, maybe it can be just done through direction as opposed to an amendment. I don't want to staff, I don't support staffing a current state of Hall 5. Would be looking at the staffing costs for a new hall, proper hall for Brookswood location. Potentially at that location or a new location based upon the results of the feasibility study. And so, you know, I think to immediately staff Hall 5, we're in the same situation we're in with Hall 8, where we have a hall that isn't necessarily the best in regards to supporting full-time service, especially in the case of a significant seismic event or other significant emergency. And so, you know, I'm not going to necessarily oppose a staff report, but it certainly seems that this has more to do with a campaign than policymaking. And so, again, I think I just did the staff report. And here we are now doing staff reports for the purposes of a campaign, similar to what Councillor Richter was suggesting. So I'm not going to vote against necessarily a staff report, but I think, you know, it's not going to be a very long one. I think it makes a number of assumptions and presuppositions of direction that has not been determined by a council debate, has not been determined by the result of what's coming up in the fall. I think there's going to be lots of healthy discussion. You know, the way this is going, by the end of the campaign, we're going to be 10 fire halls in 10 years. So I think there's some rationality needs to come back to the discussion around the fire service. And I think that there's been a lot of work that's been done by others in the preceding 3 years to get to where they are, to understanding, I think, more fully what's required for the fire service. And some of the other ideas, other than necessarily presupposing staffing heavy rescue at Hall 4 and staffing the existing hall at Hall 5. So I think, is there some way, Mr. Beck, and do I need to amend this, that this would be a report presenting potential ideas with no presupposition on the bureaucracy's part that this is council direction?
Mr. Backen?
Your Worship, we would simply view it as a report and not as direction, so we'd be providing information with any additional information that might be needed. If it's anything more substantive than that, we have to go back to the mover and seconder and see if it's within the sphere of what they required or what they desired, and if not, then we'd have to have an amendment.
Yeah, and so the concern I would have is that there would, you know, to support it, there would be an assumption within the bureaucracy and the fire management that somehow we're endorsing these two items, as opposed to simply looking for information on these two items. And I think that I would just not want there to be confusion about that. I just want to get some reassurance that there would be no confusion about that. This would not be a council endorsement of these two items, but council consideration of these two items. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I don't want to get dwelled down by the details here, but this is a very important issue. I feel that this, we've done a lot of work on this, and this maybe should be goes to priority meeting, because the next council, they were going to have to this reminds me of when we used to play rugby, and I don't want to, it's not a joke, well it is, but we used to do what you call an up and under. You'd take the ball, and if you couldn't figure out who to pass it to, you'd kick it as high as you could, give you enough room, even us fat guys, to when it came down and the opposite team got it, bang, you could hit them. And so this is perfect for the seriousness of this of the fire department. This is because the next council, it's going to be right in their laps, and that in itself is important. So I say, like it, but it could be more important to put this there so that they know that it was important to the last council, but it's their job. They need to put it on the priority list and get going so that the chief can get some things done for safety. So I see that tactic, an up and under, and it's a good idea, but I just wonder if, you know, I think I'm going to vote for it simply because of simply because of the importance of safety. So, well, hear whatever somebody else has to say.
Hopefully around next term you can catch it. Councillor Ferguson. Under, yeah, I'd be under.
That's me. Am I next?
You're next. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
No motorcycles.
Yeah, I remember I used to be good at those grubber kicks because I could put up really high, Councillor Davis, and then the up and under really worked. But you had to be on side to make the tackle. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to ask. I sent the staff a quick question. Is there any chance you can draw up that motion that we made a couple of meetings ago regarding the feasibility, what the wording is for a feasibility report for the fire halls, if I may, through the chair? I have to wait a second, Mr. Mayor, because I wanted to see if there was any type of duplication here.
If there just, well, she's looking. If there was, I think staff would recognize that and incorporate it into the reports that already been asked for. That was the other up and under, I think, that came earlier. There's a few up and unders. There's an under and up. Yeah. So we've got a couple of up in the air right now. We can't say political football here, can we? Is it a football? What do you call it?
Rugby, it
Rugby.
was.
Is it
was
called
rugby.
Yeah. What do you call the ball? Football? Or
No, rugby.
rugby
It's
ball.
a rugby ball.
Oh, okay. So political rugby ball.
A pregnant football.
It's not my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I know. I just, It's one sport I was blessed that I never had to play. No, I never had to play that one. It's basketball. That could get rough too. Oh yeah.
You just give me a moment. It's actually embedded in something else. Going forward to the amendment, I think we can gain what we were looking for. That a feasibility study for Fire Hall 8 run concurrently with a feasibility study for Fire Hall 7 for a total of $270,000 funded from the surplus and reserve. So it was part of the budget motion.
Was there not another Hall 5 as well, if I may?
It looks as though that was a further motion that was defeated.
Okay.
So, okay.
No.
Does that help? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. All right, well.
Okay, I do have a question.
Sure,
Okay.
go ahead.
So it appears that there, maybe not exact, there's some duplication. What we've asked staff and the chief when we meet, and Councillor Davis was bang on, this is exactly the type of thing that we should be at a council priority committee, sitting down, rolling up our sleeves, meeting the chief, going over, pricing it out, finding out the details, finding out what steps. I think this prejudges a little bit of what we're already doing. I know it's election time and maybe you want to get some firefighter support or something, great. But this is an expensive thing, and the last thing I want is for us to raise the taxes of this community 10% so we can fund this particular initiative. It's an expensive initiative. We've got the chief in the room. He's told us how much it costs. And, you know, the mayor was very honest about it. There's two meetings left or something. I mean, gee whiz. I'm just a little bit concerned about this, and I have the utmost respect for the fire department and those people serving. I have gone around this term, and the chief has helped me. I have been to Vancouver on 3 separate occasions to look at fire halls. I have been to Richmond seeing 2 particular one with an ambulance in it, another one with a state-of-the-art fire department. I've also been to Surrey as well. I have been through this community, this region, looking at fire department, as others perhaps have as well. And I think something like this requires an awful lot of work. And we can't continue doing the same thing. We have to make changes, whether you have dwelling units over top of fire halls, whether you have an ambulance coming together with the fire department, whether you can do other things, but we just can't build a concrete building, call it a fire hall, and expect to do the same thing as we've done before. And this is something that's got to be really taken seriously by not this council, because we're beyond that now. We don't have enough time. Next council, whether I sit on that or not, I think it's important for those people that serve, no matter how much money you pay them, that we go forward and find solutions for our fire people in the future. And that way, I just can't live with this particular motion right now. You know, that just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. So, Councillor Whitmarsh, you have a chance to speak a second time to respond. Then I'm going to call the question.
Okay. Yeah. You know, this motion is not asking for endorsement. Nowhere in there does it say endorsement. This is asking for a report to give us the costs. I think it's more complicated than just multiplying 16 by the average salary. I think there might be equipment considerations. There might be other considerations related to apparatus and equipment and so on. I think it's a little more complex than that, than just multiplying by the number of people. There might be other ways of doing it. Maybe it can be staged, and maybe it can be done, you know, maybe it's daytime full-time firefighters, and then a few years later we add the nighttime full-time firefighters. I don't know. I'm just wanting to get the information. I think it's helpful to have the information so that we can make good decisions. Information, none of us should be afraid of having information. We want to have the information. We get the information. It's asking for it after the next election. We're not asking this council to endorse it. There's no endorsing happening here. This is simply get the information because we are growing very fast. We've had a 35% increase in population since the Willoughby Fire Hall was established with full-time service. And they're operating the same way now as they were then, 35% growth. So this is about getting the information so that when the new council meets, and none of us know if we'll be on that council or not, but when the new council meets, they'll have the information. They can actually sit in a priority session and they'll know what they're talking about because they'll have all the information that's needed. So this is a really important step. It's a more specific step than the feasibility of the fire halls. That's a totally different motion, and I'm fully supportive of that. But this is a motion specifically about full-time fire service in 2 areas of growth in our community. And so I think we should move ahead, get the report, and the next council, whoever's on that council, will decide if it's a priority or not.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call a question on P2. All those in favor? And opposed? I have Councillor Richter, Councillor Ferguson opposed. It carries. Thank you. Is there any other business? Oh, Councillor Long opposed? Okay, Councillor Long opposed also. I'll record that. I've got Councillor Woodward on for other business. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I just had a couple items. I'd like to talk to maybe just, do we need a referral motion, or if the staff are going to respond to the Brookswood delegation's concern and their list of questions in writing, that council would get a copy of those responses?
Yeah, if it could be a referral motion.
Want a referral motion?
Yeah, generally we do.
Okay, I'll make that referral motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
Delegation number 2 and 3, I believe.
That's
yeah.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could do the first, second, and third, because there are 2 separate ones, the second and third, and then if you added, and the first, because
the first was an
unrelated to them. So
ALR property.
we'll do it separately. How about separate motions? So we'll do the second and third. It's been moved by Councillor Woodward, second by Councillor Kunst. I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know who.
Ferguson,
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. And now if we could have a referral motion on delegation number 1. Councillor Richter, second by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. And Councillor Woodward? Yeah, okay.
I've got one more.
Okay, Councillor Woodward, you still have the floor? Go
I
ahead.
can leave this to the end, but I wanted to raise the issue, Mr. Mayor, of council advisory committees continuing in September. I believe you've had a conversation about that. I've been asking about that for a bit. So I don't know if you want to sort of suggest what you may have worked out with Mr. Backen on that already, but if that requires a council motion, I would like to, because if we're not having a council meeting, the same rationale to me applies to advisory committees.
Thanks. So, yeah, Mr. Backen and I discussed it last week, and I felt because of council's decision to put aside the meeting in September and in the fall, that that would follow with the committees, but it may be helpful to staff if there was a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so Councillor Woodward moves that committee meetings also don't occur in the fall. Councillor Davis seconds it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Arneson opposed. Councillor Long opposed. That carries.
Great. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. So now I'll move down the list. Councillor Richter?
Refer delegations 4 and 5 and the Langley Riders Society presentation to staff for a report on regulating the size and scope of the proposed rodeo event and to remove any activities that cause cruelty to animals.
Thank you. So just to get the motion clear, so some of that may require a legal opinion, but we refer to staff, and staff would have the liberty to find out and get that information to us. Mr. Backen, does that motion?
I want to know how we can regulate.
Yeah, there are some jurisdictional issues there that we may or may not have, so that would come back.
It could, Your Worship. I think the caveat would be that the regulation of cruelty would fall to the SPCA, so we can verify that and make sure that the process may be such as to advise them or to invite them, but it would be something that would be, I anticipate would be included in the...
Okay, thank you. If that's fair to the mover, I'll ask for a seconder. Is there a seconder? Councillor Davis? Anybody want to speak to that? Councillor Long? Or sorry, Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to it? You're the mover.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about the scope of this particular event, and the scope being more along the lines of a Cloverdale rodeo than a Little Britches rodeo. And I'm not convinced that that particular site can handle it, which means there's going to be overflow into our George Preston Rec Center parking. There's going to be parking on the streets. Like, we need to do something about traffic. I just want to know how we can regulate it, because it seems to me for someone to just announce that they're doing a rodeo in this day and age with no consideration of anything other than they want to have a rodeo there, that doesn't seem right to me. So I'd like to know how we can regulate it. If the zoning is there that permits it, and that's another question, what does the zoning actually permit a Cloverdale-style rodeo on that property? I don't know, but these are questions I think we need to look into and get answers for.
Thank you. So on this one, Councillor Long.
Yeah, I fully trust the organization to do their research. The gentleman told us that they have a planning committee, a board of directors. They put on events for the last half a century. There's lots of groups around the Lower Mainland that do events quite successfully. I don't think that council needs to get involved. So I'm curious, Your Worship, what the referral is. And I guess it's a referral to staff to make sure everything's wonderful. But if we're going to be regulating it, I don't think that's appropriate. First of all, we're not even meeting. All the meetings have been canceled. But for council to regulate it, I think is inappropriate. The concerns that Councillor Richter's brought up, okay, maybe staff could make sure that those are addressed. But I don't think we want to see anything come back to us or us to regulate anything. I think I trust the organizers and I trust staff.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
What was, can you read the motion out, please? So I just wanted to clarify what it is.
Bauer?
It was request for staff to do a report regarding the size and scope of the rodeo and what would be allowed, as well as the ability to remove any animal cruelty activities.
Okay. So my question to staff is, do we have any power to regulate some of these things? Or do we just work with them? I mean, for example, you have an organization, the Giants are only going to sell so many tickets, and then the place is full, right? And it's the same with other things. You sell so many tickets and it's full. You can't sell anymore. If I may through a chair, can we regulate that, so to speak?
So I guess there's two parts to the question, Your Worship. There's the question about the cruelty to animals. That's beyond our jurisdiction, but something we could refer to the SPCA if we have grounds to be concerned. Right. The other one is they regulate the size and scope. To some extent, it's determined by the number of bleachers and seats that are available. There would be some provision, I think, to look into that. I think the estimate, I think, that was from a third party was about 1,500 to 2,000, but we'd have to verify that, and that would be consistent with the size of the activities we see on the rest of the site. But again, we would have to verify that, and there might be some conditions we have to impose, such as traffic calming or flaggers or something. That's something that would be appropriate given an event of that potential size.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I just want to chime in on this one because to me, one of the things is the parking issue that I think is going to be a huge challenge. And I don't see how they could possibly have enough parking on the site that they currently have for the smaller venue operations that they have, the Little Britches. So I'm wondering if we could have staff reporting in on what the proponent is saying that they need for parking spots, because obviously we're adjacent to them with the recreation center there, the George Preston. So I'd like to know then what our position about that would be as a way to perhaps curtail the size, for example. Thank you.
And hitching posts. Councillor Arneson. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question through your worship to staff. I guess I'm making an assumption that we would have some kind of standards in terms of a facility like that, how many washrooms are needed for so many people, how many parking spots are needed for so many people, first aid and those kind of things that would be required for them to have. And I'm also thinking of that I'm sure our staff are working with you know, the other facilities there, George Preston and other things, the BMX track and those kind of things, to make sure that maybe, you know, those facilities aren't using the parking lot on those particular days and in a way. So maybe just a comment from staff on those kinds of things, and do we have documents or standards on how we deal with those sorts of things?
Your Worship, the regulation, absent of the township's involvement, would take several forms. I think I would imagine they're looking for some sort of a beer garden. I'm guessing we don't have that information. There would also be potential food trucks that would also have a form of regulation. All of those things come together to indicate, I guess, some level of regulation by other entities. In our circumstance, we have a special events permit that we tend to require on events of more than, I think it's 100 people, but it might be slightly higher than that. That could come into play if they're seeking to use our facility. If they're seeking to use our facility, we could have put some rental conditions on it. We have to be cautious, though, because we can't create differential conditions for differential parties. It has to be based on the actual costs we incur. And as my understanding is, we have a very limited authority to, I guess, distinguish between various parties. It should be, if effectively, one rule for all. So that regulation function is something that we certainly can look into, and just being mindful that the cruelty to animals perspective, that's the major concern by all parties, is clearly beyond our jurisdiction and resides with the SPCA, and we're taking steps as best we can to communicate to people that if they have concerns about the event as described, they should actually discuss it with the SPCA. This is the first time we've heard some of the information here today from the presentations. As they've mentioned, they're just still in the planning stage, and that does explain in terms of some of our inquiries as to why there hasn't been a formal response, and I think we look forward to one probably as soon as they can get a better sense of the scope and scale of their event.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, can we require them to rezone? Can that be something that we could look into? Because I'm sure when they got their original zoning, it wasn't in contemplation of a Cloverdale-style rodeo.
Your Worship, Council does have the jurisdiction to initiate a downzoning, and I'll just give a brief description. In our summary look at the zoning, it's an institutional zone that does include these sort of events, and there wasn't any limitations on the size, and that's something that's certainly worth visiting. But generally, as we've seen, once the use is permitted, it doesn't limit the size except by the physical parameters and the generalities of the event itself. So that being said, Council could look at the institutional zone and remove the ability to have rodeos if that was the desire. I'm using that generally. It's a bit more complicated than that. And in so doing, then the site would be still the owner's site, but their uses would be affected. That process requires both a bylaw and a public hearing or a public input session, and it would be difficult, but could be certainly done, I think, before at the end of August if there was a potential for some additional meetings.
Okay, and the other question that I had, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Backen, is there anything prohibiting the township from notifying the BCSPCA that we would like them to monitor this event for animal cruelty? It's beyond our jurisdiction, it's their jurisdiction, but can we ask them to get involved?
No, that's correct. We could actually point out there's an event going on and ask they monitor. That could be done by a resolution, I think. And why I say resolution is because that shows, I think, the importance to Council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Long?
Yeah, well, this all confirms my assertion that we just leave it alone. The events happen all the time, and it's something we should be encouraging. It's good for the community. We heard a very balanced presentation from both sides today. I didn't go away from that feeling there was a concern. I felt that the concerns were addressed by both. There was a concern about the treatment of animals, and there was a concern about treatment of animals from the other guys too. So just leave it alone. I don't think council should get involved in these things. Let the community have some fun. Let them work it out. I'm sure we don't have to let the SPCA know because they've already written us a whole pile of letters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so on the motion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and opposed? So Mayor Froese, Councillor Kunst opposed, and motion carries. All right. Oh, Councillor Long, sorry.
You can't see my hand,
okay,
I guess.
I missed. Okay, so let's
What
get the
about
post
Davis?
again. Mayor Froese, Councillor Kunst, and Councillor Long opposed. So it's three. Councillor Davis.
So we're going to get a report. Oh.
Yep. So Councillor Davis is absent for the vote. Okay. Got that straight? Who's next? Councillor Richter.
Motion forward to refer the shower pots to staff for a report on including them in TOL water conservation initiatives or
I think it
programs?
could be just provided to them to come back. I mean, Mr. Backen, it's something that I know we have folks that work.
We
on
can
that.
certainly provide information if it's a budget item. I think
It has
it's
to
premature
come.
for that. Then it would have to come back from council.
Okay, so I
so
don't
maybe
need a motion, just give it to them and ask them to look
Are you okay with
into
that,
the
Mr. Backen? And then
feasibility of it.
if there is something, I'll come back with the
Okay.
report. Okay, thanks.
That's good. Now, Mr. Mayor, I do have some items distributed I wanted to go through here. From June 9th, number 28, on a soil deposit at 4665 233 Street. I appreciate that this is an emergency repair that has to be done, but I still think that and so we shouldn't have to have a permitting vote or anything, but I do think the neighbors should be notified, because the report basically says that with council direction, they're not going to notify, they're just going to go ahead. I do think we should notify, so can we notify the neighbors?
If you wish to make that motion, then that would be a direction.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Is there a seconder? Councilor Arneson.
Second, then?
It's been seconded by Councilor Arneson. So, do a little background on that one, Mr. Backen, if you could fill me in on some of the details.
It's on page 94.
Yeah, I just don't have it in front of me right now. So. So it's an emergency repair permit. Oh, okay, emergent works. Which has to be done anyway, so I think just advising, it'd be more of an advisory to.
Yeah, just let the neighbors know
Yeah.
why there's a bunch of
Okay.
trucks coming
Thank
down
you.
their street.
No, thank you, Your Worship. There's a couple parts to this one, actually. So it's quite correct because of the nature of the, I guess, washout and the need to do the repairs. The provision was made, as was referenced in the memo, that it would require a soil deposit application exceeding 600 meters, and pursuant to adopted council policy, the application would require require volume fees and a non-refundable security deposit, and it would be done on an emergency basis. So what we're understanding is that the motion before council is to notify the neighbors, not to have a public input session, but to notify them. As well, though, they should be advised that the landowner in question has raised concerns about having to pay any fees or permits associated with this, and is looking, I think, to have those waived. That as well is something that's beyond our ability to do so. And there is some suggestion that perhaps other parties should be responsible for the water entering his property.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Kunst.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, actually, on that item, I was actually going to make a notice of motion about waiving the fees, because I have been in communication with the property owner, and he is not feeling like that water, that came on his property, that's one of the reasons why there was some failure there. So, but yeah, I'll just do that at the next.
You can make an
amendment.
amendment. You can make an amendment to this if you wish.
Okay.
Because it's.
Could I make that motion today then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just make an amendment that staff waive the fees.
Okay.
Due to the emergent nature of the.
Okay, so how do I do that?
Just make amendment. Just move to amend.
Okay,
The
move
motion's on the
to
floor.
amend.
The motion's on the floor to waive
Okay.
the fees. Is there a seconder to that? Councilor Arneson seconds it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor and opposed? Councilor Long opposed, carries. And the motion as amended, all those in favor and opposed? Councilor Long opposed, it carries.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Item number 38 on page 125, the 2-hour parking limit at the Walnut Grove Rec Center. The query has been raised, why can't we extend it to 3 hours? And I'm wondering if staff could give us a rationale for extending it to 3 hours.
Okay, Mr. Backen, if you can. Thank you.
Number 40 on page 138, regarding 3409 196th Street. And Surrey apparently has designated that there will be 0 setback at this location. And the resident in question is wondering if there's anything that we can do about that. So I'm wondering if staff could give us some ideas if there's anything that we could do. I appreciate it's on Surrey's side, and they pretty much do what they want to do most of the times. Item number 41 on page 139, potholes on 208th Street from 93rd to 96th Avenue. Can these be flagged and fixed? Or have they been flagged and fixed? I know we've got a pothole service that people can call into, but maybe the person writing this isn't aware that we have a pothole hotline.
Your Worship, we can check that the repaving or the paving is just beginning now. We're seeing some of the roads being repaved and we're seeing some of the potholes being filled, but we can just make sure that this is on the list to be addressed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Number 46 on page 147, help for homeless people in Willoughby. The request was made to hold off on demolishing some homes. I don't know where the writer was going with this. Does he want us to leave those homes there for homeless people, or was he wanting to set up a homeless shelter for homeless people there? I was just wondering if staff could get some clarification from the writer. Items today, June 13th, number 18 on page 207. And that's the Freshette update. So thank you very much, staff, for sending this. It says we're at 5.5 meters. Is this the crest, or can we expect it to go higher?
Through to your worship, to Council Rector, this is at 5.5 right now, which is level 2. At 6.1 is when the Emergency Operations Center is activated.
Okay.
So this is very early in the season. We are expecting that it will rise later depending on rainfall and heat waves.
So it could get higher than the 5.5.
Correct.
Okay, I hope you'll keep us well posted on that, Mr. Backen. At number 21 on page 214, the crosswalk that's being put in at 84th and 209 A Street, will that crosswalk be a flashing lights crosswalk? And also, can we install reduced speed signs in that area? The report from staff basically says that you can't put the three-way stop in, but apparently a lot of children use that trail. So we need to do something to reduce the speed. And finally, item number 23 on page 218, the update on the Donna Gabriel School playing fields. I just want to ask, will those fields, or will at least some field be in place by fall of 2022?
Mr. Backen. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, through your worship, to Council Richter. Right now, staff are working with the ministries and determining the setbacks for and requirements of compensation for the larger fields. For September, the goal is to have the gravel field in place.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all my items. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any other business? Seeing none, we'll move on to motion to resolve and special close for the items on the agenda and on table.
I'd like to add an item. if I may.
Okay, so first, get the motion on the floor. Councilor Kuntz, second. Councilor Arneson. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I'd like to add a personnel item.
Personnel, okay. All right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and carried. Motion to terminate.
Termination.
Council Arneson moves it. Councilor Woodward seconds it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. So we'll take 5 and we'll go back into closed. We're here, yeah.
Okay,